morning to you. Welcome right here to Channels Television, where we're broadcasting live, and it's our continued coverage of the August protest and bad governance. It is teamed by the people who are organizing it. I'm Jeffrey Uzonga.
Yes, good morning and welcome to our continuing coverage of the August protest. It's day 3. I am Bukola Koka.
Well, light showers here in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital, and it's good to, well, usher you yet into another day. We're expecting to see the protests continue. I'm Kayode Ukikyolu.
So one of the big things we'll be doing this morning is a recap of the things that had happened earlier today. So guys, just before we begin to roll through some of the things that happened day 1 and perhaps day 2, which is the immediate, what's been your observation so far as far as this protest is concerned? Let me start with Bukola.
Quite a lot, Jeffrey. Indeed, the resolve of the protesters, in spite of, you know, I wouldn't call it intimidation now, but the restrictions on movement, you know, on their activities by security operatives, that has been significant. It was a slow start yesterday, and you would have thought that the protesters would not return at all. But we've seen since the deployment, at least in key states, of protesters to their venues. We've seen them converging. We've seen their numbers increasing, and we've seen the demand from the protesters that government address some of their concerns. What we haven't seen is a deliberate, you know, attempt or action by government, you know, to hold meetings with leaders of the protesters to see if they can, you know, at least reach a middle ground on some of the issues that they are, you know, demanding, that they seek to be addressed. And we've also seen the arrest of protesters. Well, some of them may be looters. In their numbers, some of them have fundamental human rights, and you know, the reasons for the arrests must be addressed. They must be released, you know, within a record time, such that this doesn't degenerate and the government doesn't have more problems on their hands. You know, just a few issues.
Yeah. So there's a lot going on, guys. So maybe we'll just hit up straight to some of the things that happened yesterday, which was day 2. One of the first we're going to go to is the protesters being tear gassed yesterday in the Abuja area. All the people that are protesting in Abuja. We understand that the authorities have constantly said, stay around the MKO Abiola area for your protest. But as soon as they start advancing to any part of the city or the metropolis, the authorities wouldn't take any of it at the end of the day.
Out, or at least part of what played out in Abuja yesterday. Eventually, could see tear gas canisters dropping into the crowd. The police around the Burger roundabout of the nation's capital, Abuja. Eventually, things calmed down, and we could see the protesters in the procession and doing essentially what they wanted to do. And this has spurred, you know, the security operatives across board to do, you know, some sort of address to the nation. First, we saw the Inspector General of Police given a briefing 2 days ago. But yesterday, it was the turn of the Chief of Defense Staff, yes, General Christopher Musa, who gave an address and essentially vowed to deal with looters. He also appealed to protesters to avoid mayhem and appealed to the media not to give too much air or like too much coverage to, you know, these protests to say that, well, this is not elections. Of course, this elicited lots of reactions from Nigerians. But take a listen to the major part of his address, which of course centered around looting and how the military would approach looters and how he expects, the protesters to conduct themselves. He even spoke about the economy. Take a listen.
Commitment by upholding its promise to allow people to associate freely without any rancor. But I'm sure everyone is disappointed with the outcome. Clearly, the security forces have done extremely very well. I'm very happy to mention what especially the Nigerian police force, have shown a lot of professionalism, including where members of the armed forces had to step in. But you can see that we have remained very professional in our conduct and will continue to do that, as long as the citizens also understand that there's a difference between peace and criminality. What we saw yesterday was, at the beginning, some semblance of a very peaceful demonstration, but which was quickly taken over by a bunch of criminals that don't mean us well. And if you remember, we have warned that there are individuals that are ready to cause mayhem once this starts. And so we want to appeal to Nigerians to understand that the federal government is doing the best it can for the country. Like I said, we are supporting the police all through, but we are just on standby. The police is doing a good job. They're handling the situation for now. And unless if it breaks beyond what they can handle, then the military will step in. And the military is on standby, and we're watching day and night.
Right, so that's Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, speaking there, saying, well, the military will have to come in if there's a need for it. And we've seen that play out in Borno State. From the day one, actually, guys, I recall that we had seen the military amidst the crowd. You understand that the area of Borno State is quite volatile. We've seen terrorist attacks. Just days before that, we'd seen bombing. So it looks like we're entering another phase of this protest. Day 3, normally Saturdays are for parties in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Saturdays are for Owambe. But will the protesters hit the streets? In Lagos, we've seen light showers. We don't know if that will affect the turnout of the protesters.
What we've observed so far, it looks like a slow start, but some of the things that the city has said, it said some things strongly. I'm sure it was talking to both protesters, the government, and the citizens as well. But the part where the media may fault the CDS is the fact that as the CDS, as he's doing his job, and the military and the police are doing their job, media is our job as well to cover it. I know you had mentioned that don't give them the mileage, don't give them that coverage. We have to cover everything. With the greatest sense of respect to the CDS, it's our job to cover everything.
Yes.
Section 22 of the Constitution allows us to cover everything. It's our job to cover what the protesters are doing, the anti-protesters are doing, what you, the military and the police are doing. So nobody's giving anyone any mileage or trying to amplify anything. It's just our job to put our cameras out there and report what we see. So on that particular part, dear CDS General, we are doing our job. Bukola, you have the next one.
Yes, indeed, Jeffrey. As much as we give voice to every government official, we must also give voice to the protesters as well. There are always 3 sides to a story. The protagonist, the antagonist, and the observer. This next high point from day 2 of the protest was the appeal by the council to the Take It Back movement, one of the groups protesting, to embrace dialogue with government and suspend the protest, especially because it was beginning to take a dangerous turn with a lot of looting and vandalism of government infrastructure, as we saw even on day 1 of the protests, where an NCC structure was vandalized with a lot of equipment in that infrastructure destroyed. And Mr. Ebunolu Adegboruwa, that's the counsel to the Take It Back movement, has also appealed to the president to embrace dialogue with the protesters. And, Kadi and Jeffrey, what we have seen, so far on day 1 of the protests, we saw, this is the statement now, I commend the protesters indeed for I have read about the death of some security personnel. That's the statement from Mr. Ebunolu Adegboruwa, and also some protesters. I also heard about looting of property and
losses
other
of property,
valuable. Yes, this certainly was not the goal of the protest. I hereby express my sincere condolences to the employers and families of the security personnel and also to the protesters, praying to God to comfort them and to grant them the fortitude to bear the irreparable losses. That's the statement ascribed to the lawyer to the Take It Back movement, senior advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Ebun Adegburuwa.
The he also went on to say that he commends the protesters for their peaceful conduct and respect for law and order. In some locations, it says the protesters teamed up with the security forces to observe the Friday Jumat service at the venue of the protest. But then this is the part that got a lot of people talking. He said, I therefore call upon President Bola Tinubu to directly address the nation and then engage the protesters through their representatives. Thereafter, the government should set up a committee comprising men and women of integrity to meet with the protesters to address the issues they have raised.
I like his position when it comes to some of these things. So this one, he said, time to call off the protest, which also got a lot of people talking. So he tried to address everyone.
Yeah, that's a part.
Involved in. So this part says, I appeal to the protesters to withdraw themselves from their various protest grounds and to suspend the protest immediately and indefinitely in order to give room for meaningful dialogue and engagement with the government. This is where the protesters wouldn't want to hear anything further from
that
them.
was where I was headed, Jeffrey.
So,
in fact, on day one, after which he had appealed to them to restrict the protest to 1 or 2 or 3 days, we saw one of the leaders of the protest movement, Mr. Deji Adeyanju, distancing himself, so to speak, or the group from that statement and sort of turning it down. And yesterday we also saw one of the leaders, the mobilizer of the Take It Back movement, also sort of distancing the group from the counsel of Mr. Ebun Adegburuwa. So we need clarity from that group as far as their relationship with their lawyer is concerned.
Well, I think they were very clear on what they want. He's an advisor, he's a lawyer, he's not a leader of the group, so I think there's no confusion as to what role each person plays. Yeah. But that was not what happened. Let's
just a moment, because there's been a reaction from the Take It Back movement on our program, our continued coverage of the protests yesterday. So yet again, we had him. We had him last week rather, and that's Damilare. That's the director of mobilization of Take It Back movement. So let's put this in context. Senior advocate Ebolu Adegburuwa is a lawyer to the protesters. In fact, Damilare said that he offered to represent them, to give them legal counsel and representation. That's on the one hand. Deji Adeyanju also said that he is also a lawyer to the Take It Back movement, and I think also part of it. So these are lawyers. And
there are even some in Lagos here.
Exactly. Yeah, we have the Take It Back movement, whom Damilare is the director of mobilization of the movement. And what he essentially said, which you take a listen to during the show yesterday, is that they won't suspend the 10-day protest despite Mr. Adegburuwa's pleas that the demonstrations be called off. He actually gave some backstory to their relationship. I would like to take a listen to that, just so you get all of the sides to this story.
Ebolu Adegburuwa is not our lawyer, and he doesn't speak for us. But you wrote on behalf of Take It Back movement to the IGP. Yes, he might have presented himself as the solicitor, but he's not hungry, obviously. Have you sacked him? He's a senior advocate. Have you sacked him? He's a senior advocate. You might employ a lawyer and sack him. Mr. Ebun, he's a senior advocate of Nigeria who, lives well. He's not as hungry as common people who are taking over. So you don't yield to that plea that you should call it off today? No.
So there you have it. In fact, straight up disowning him. So what had been said before was he had offered his legal services to them. In fact, he had written to the IGP and essentially put out statements for the group. So it looks like the relationship has turned sour now for the director to categorically say he's not their lawyer. So
let's see how things play out eventually as far as this very issue is concerned. But at the end of the day, he said everything is driven by hunger, and the people of Nigeria want a response from the government. So we're hoping that by day 3, which is today, some response, maybe from the president, not the presidency this time. It looks like the protesters are not interested in even seeing the vice president, not to even talk of the ministers. The aides will even provoke them even further. They want to see the man they have, they give their mandate to. So, but Adegboruwa, who is a senior advocate, has given his own counsel and his own 2 cents as far as this issue is concerned. The protesters are insisting, which is their constitutional right. By the end of the day, I think there is a denominator in all of this. Let it be peaceful. Whether it's coming from the police, the army, the protesters, the government, everybody wants this to be peaceful. As at the first day, economic activity appeared grounded in several parts of Nigeria, but day 2, things began to pick up. Some people began to call to an end. So we're going to show you some of the visuals of some economic activities beginning to pick up across parts of Nigeria, from the south to the north and every part of Nigeria. People were really concerned the very first day. Literally, there were shops we visit to buy groceries and all of that. They were not opened. Not at all. Even small shops were not opened. But by day 2, we began to see some of these guys opening their shops and transporters moving up and down and all of that. So that was part of a good thing. And I hope, maybe it's because today is Saturday. Saturday is usually quite slow. Perhaps is why. But yes, so some people started returning to work and all of that. So that's how things began to pick up across the country. Different offices opening, because there were really big fears as to people being afraid of being attacked, their property looted, and all of that. So we're grateful that, and we're happy to see, because protest shouldn't ground economic activity. It should actually resonate with the policy to say you need to get something done, and you have to do it quickly and as fast as possible.
And in fact, in River State yesterday, we saw a major market open for business, people going about their usual businesses. In fact, transporters also coming out, you know, to conduct their businesses. And we saw that the protesters in Port Harcourt, the state capital, conducted themselves peacefully, and the State Commissioner of Police coming out to address them, you know, appealing for calm and orderliness, such that, you know, they respect the rights of those who are not protesting. And the protesters committed to, you know, decorum. That was what we saw in River State yesterday. And I recall you were saying also that, you know, that's what it should be like. You know, protests should go on with other economic activities. And we say that also about elections. Elections should not mean a suspension of you know, every other activity. So we pretty much saw that yesterday, but certainly not in other parts of the country where the protesters were dispersed with tear gas and, you know, were restrained, so to speak.
Because the argument, guys, is that, yes, the economy is not in the very best of shape. In fact, it's in a bad shape, and the indices show that. But you still need a semblance of economic activity. It's like an engine that is not performing optimally, right? But it's still moving in some sense. So you need it to keep moving while you fix it. That's how it works. If you ground it, then you'd have more challenges on your hands. We know that the poverty level is quite high. So imagine people that live from hand to mouth daily stopping work. So they can't live from hand to mouth as a result of the protest. So that has been the argument that allow people, I mean, we saw what happened in Ojota yesterday, the security operatives saying, allow people pass through. Because we know that the Ikorodu Road, for example, is a major road.
Yeah.
And, you know, in fact, they took it back to the NSAS period where we had a blockade of the road and how that spiraled as well. So the protest can absolutely happen. It is a fundamental right. But the argument has also been to not infringe on other people's right to movement, right? Freedom of expression as well. So things like that should go hand in hand. And I think that's what a lot of people want to see.
All right, so there's a lot coming through. We're just trying to recap some of the things that happened yesterday. So religious organizations and religious leaders as well have been talking through all of this. And we see that even from all faith, on both faith, religious organizations have been talking. And so we'll bring you some of the snippets of the remarks of those religious leaders.
We have set ourselves back. The printing press that was burnt would have to be rebuilt. The machines would have to be bought. And these are funds that could have gone into youth empowerment, into poverty alleviation, into education, healthcare, and nutrition, and addressing the very problems that we are protesting against.
Wow.
Various groups have been calling for an end to the protest. We've also had the Christian Association of Nigeria, NEREC, the president of CAN, by the way, Archbishop Daniel Oko. We've had NEREC as well, all calling for an end to this protest. So we'll wait to see how this plays out, seeing that we now have these religious groups coming out. First, we have the traditional leaders coming out. You've seen a lot of them speak about this. Now the religious leaders coming out. Yesterday was a Friday. Muslims went out to pray. Tomorrow is a Sunday. Christians will go to church. So we'll see how all of these calls play out eventually. But we are here. We're on the streets as well to bring you all that is happening. As Jeffrey said, it is our work to ensure that you are properly informed, that you know all that is going on around you. It's a Saturday, yes, August the 3rd, 2024, just about 20 plus minutes past 7 a.m. Saturdays are usually slow, and maybe a lot of people are preparing for Owambe or what have you, but we are here. This is our Owambe of sorts to ensure that you get a sense of what is playing out across the country. We've also gotten some other rallying of support from other political leaders, Bukola.
Yes, Kadi, and this one is a tricky one. We've had the rallying of support for the protesters from former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar and presidential candidate for the People's Democratic Party in the 2023 presidential election. Support for the Endbadgovernance protesters, urging the administration of Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu to engage the supporters. And, prior to this time, we've also had the Minister of the FCT alleging that a certain senator, lawmaker, was supporting the protesters with supplies, but we've had the police, support protesters with water in the very recent past. In fact, the other day we heard a senior advocate of Nigeria saying on one of our sister programs that in neighboring Ghana, protests are usually led by the opposition. So it's a very tricky balance about the appropriateness of the opposition lending voice or other kinds of support, in supplies or materials needed for support to the Endbadgovernance protesters. But the issues are there. Hunger, the diminishing value of the naira, the downturn of the economy, the harsh business environment, capital flight, investment flight. We've seen businesses exit the country. So that was one of the high points yet again from the protest yesterday. Jeffrey, you have the next one.
At the end of the day, the FCC minister, for me, it was just a political statement. As far as we're concerned, because even the police, I remember we were watching in Benin City where the police they were commending the protesters for conducting themselves. And they said, we're going to give you water, we're going to give you biscuit. The CP Tunji Diso of Rivers State also gave them water yesterday. So all of that is neither here nor there. At the end of the day, the fundamental thing is people know what is driving these protests, whether it's government, the opposition, the people in power, even the protester, everybody know what is driving this. When it comes to hunger, it's an existential threat. So that's CP Tunji Disu. Maybe we'll take a listen to him. Oh, okay. He was speaking to the protesters yesterday, appreciating them for conducting themselves properly. River State, things can be quite volatile at some point if you're not careful. So having this level of control, the protesters saying we're going to obey you, the police say we're going to support you, which is how it should be in the long run. So we also understand that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, as Bukola has said, had to weigh in on this particular one and talk about, I think he spoke to everybody as well, both the protesters as well as the government, to engage the people as soon as possible, because they're not just on the streets for no reason. Nobody just wants to leave home and be protesting. And nobody really wants protest, in all honesty. But when they are hungry, hunger is an existential threat, and then nobody wants to listen to anyone at this point. So maybe it's a good time for the president to step out and to talk to the people. Some of us have continued to say that in this climate, it's almost, I believe that if this was America or some of the global north, Biden or the president would have come out to say something, whether give a speech or go to the streets or something. But Yeah, it looks like it's a different kettle of fish. Our kind of democracy is quite interesting, guys.
Coyote.
Well, we continue to watch to see how things play out. Will the president address the nation? Will he not address the nation? Will his lieutenants continue to do that? Will they stay back? Will the governors come out to address their states or not? Will the local government chairman also play some
Now that
role?
they have a lot of money.
Now, will they play some role in this as well?
That's debatable. Have the funds begun to be paid directly
It
to the
should be
local
paid
Have they
government?
gotten the alert,
Yeah,
essentially?
essentially.
How God will be able to tell us.
So all of these things, there are different moving parts that we're looking at, but do not lose sight of the major issues, the demands of the protesters. I know that there have been debates about who are you people? There's a Take It Back movement there, different groups coming together. So we've seen different demands across board. There are people who just come out with their own placard and all they have on it is just the price of food item and say, end hunger, rather. So different people with different demands. Is there going to be some aggregation of the demands?
Perhaps.
Or we just focus on the consistent demands across board? Return subsidy, for example. I think I've seen that.
I think that's the biggest one.
Put electricity tariff, put lawmakers on minimum wage. Exactly.
Defund the office of the First Lady.
Emergency in education sector.
Yeah.
Defund the office
Give
of the First
students
Lady.
grants rather than student loans. Yeah.
So some of these things, it's important to now have a sit down, right? Third day, absolutely. Have a sit down and then look at them.
I think
properly, itemize the way to resolve them or not.
I think at the end of the day, at this point, asking questions like who are they is not sensible, because you can identify at least a few. Except you're looking for a specific set of people, maybe the big guys or the money bags or somebody to lead. But at least there's a Take It Back. There's
the challenge. Now that, and I think that's what a lot of people have said, it's going to be very tricky to have a sit down or a dialogue if you're not. Imagine now, Take It Back movement goes to sit down with the government. And then the other group said, Take It Back is not speaking for us. The same way we've seen the Take It Back movement saying that the senior advocate of Nigeria,
that's what I'm saying.
is not speaking for them.
That's what I'm saying, that they should identify the ones that have identified themselves. You know, even the suits had people unknown, but there are people that have identified themselves.
Which is very unknown to legal jurisdiction.
Whether it's a coalition of civil society or is the Take It Back movement, they're just a representation of a small portion of Nigerians representing the whole of Nigerians. And that's why some people were speaking to the absence of strategy from yesterday's protests. So if you are asking government, to dialogue with a few groups, I think that's being smart by half. Is government aware of the issues? Definitely government is aware of the issues. The impact of the removal of fuel subsidy from May 29, 2024 affected not just Take It Back movement, not just coalition of civil society, 220 million Nigerians. But perhaps you want to remove the political class from that lot because they're not necessarily queuing at filling stations and are not probably concerned about buying bags of rice at 80,000 naira, per bag. But government is aware of the issues and should come up with creative solutions that will ease the burden on the vulnerable, on the generality of Nigerians that are impacted by these challenges.
So should the government dialogue with 200 million Nigerians?
Absolutely. The government should come out and interact with 200 million Nigerians in a national broadcast and back that address with, decisive
the 200 million will be able to speak back at that point. So do you go through their representatives? There has to be a strategy. And I think you
So for me, my argument is, it is who shows up that is counted. Do you understand? Some people have decided to show up on behalf of Nigeria. Whether they represent our collective is a different kettle of fish. They showed up. They say, we are Take It Back. We're a coalition of this, that. We are journalists. We're doing our job to cover what they're doing. There are so many people that are protesting with them, but they're home. They're not showing up. So if the government looks at there's a consistency in the demand, whether it's 15 charters of demands from different groups, you can find a consistency. You'll find fuel subsidy. Are you going to keep it? Or are you going to remove it? Or are you going to reverse what you did? Or are you going to sustain it? There is the issue of defunding a few things. There's the issue of grants as against loan. You can itemize some of these things, which is why in 25 years, only 5 individuals have gotten Nigeria's top job. 5 of them, out of 200 million that applied directly or indirectly. 5 were employed by Nigerians, which is why it is not an easy responsibility. It's not an easy job. And one of the things you must do as a leader is to constantly listen to the people. Sometimes government hears the people, but they may not be listening. And what do the people interpret to be listening is action. These people have said, we're going to do it for first 10 days. If we don't see action, well. But the government is still quiet and sending lieutenants and all of that. There's nothing that will be as earth-shaking, that will fundamentally shift what is going on, like the voice of President Bola Tinubu. We can go back to the time of Muhammadu Buhari during the NSAS and the time of Muhammadu Buhari during the COVID program. Just him speaking to Nigerians changed the game. So those are the things that we'll be looking at. Our experts from all sides, security, lawyers, and all of that, both for and against, will be here to break it down as we touch base with everyone who is on the street protesting one way or the other. But the fundamental thing is that it has to be protest. But we'll take this break. We'll be right back.
All right, good morning. Welcome to our continuing coverage of the August protest from Abuja. Well, quite a lot has been going on, but up north, several have said, usually conservative, but this time it's different because you saw lots of people who were on the streets getting their voices heard in all shapes and form. Kano has taken a hit. Kaduna also saw that. Bauchi not left out. Borno as well, you know the scenario there also playing itself up. But good morning, everybody. I'm Chamberlain Uso.
Good morning, I'm Maokpe Ogunyusuf. Well, we had thought that day 2 was going to be the aftermath of day 1, but no, day 2 took its own place as day 2 of the protest.
Yep.
The protesters had said it was going to be a 10-day protest. Ostensibly, this is what's supposed to be day 3. It's not clear if, given the fact that quite a number of economic activities have begun or have resumed in quite a number of cities, and some cities did not even join the protest at all. It's unclear what's going to happen today, but this is where we are. Whatever happens, however it happens, we're here to tell you all about it. At least that way, if you intend to join the protest, it will be your prerogative. If you intend to go about your business, it will be your prerogative. I know that, you know, from the angle of security agents and also some of the authorities, it has been about the fact that people have a right to protest, but people also have a right to go about their duties if they do not wish to protest. So this is where we are, telling you all about it. Day 3, quite a number of developments have already started already. We can tell you very certainly that the governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Zulum, has lifted the curfew, the 24-hour curfew imposed on Maiduguri in the aftermath of the violent turn of protest in that particular city.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you know, when you saw that the rowdy nature of how the protest turned out in Borno State, of course, many were always going to be concerned. And the bomb attack there, 19 people were killed. And you know, the thing about these figures is it changes when you try to confirm certain things and staying on programs like this, you always have to be constantly checking. So as at this morning, the narrative coming through from the Borno State governor did give that figure that yes, the bomb attack killed 19 people, which all of this occurred. So the governor did say that he made that announcement in a statewide broadcast, which was made available to us. And he said the government had to impose that curfew to avoid Boko Haram elements taking advantage and wreak havoc in the state. He said the protest was hijacked by hoodlums who made several attempts to destroy public infrastructure, but for the timely intervention of the military and other security agencies. He goes on to say, while charging the residents to go about their normal activities, the governor said security of the state will not be compromised for any reason. So the news coming through this morning is that in Borno State, the curfew has been lifted. He doesn't want, terrorists, the Boko Haram elements to take advantage. So now that the curfew has been lifted, we do not know how this will play out. So that's the thing about all of these scenarios. It just, it plays out how it plays out, and you just follow it all as it unfolds. So, but for Yobe, remember, it was 3 local governments that they declared curfew for. There wasn't any curfew in Kaduna, and then you also had curfew in Kano. So we'll be checking with those states to see how are they approaching it. Yesterday, when we had the gentleman joining us, he equally thought it's kind of tricky considering the political history. In fact, recent political situation there wherein the emirs, you know what's going on in the Emirate Council, the governorships, you know how the tussle is going through, even though, yes, the current governor subsists by reason of the court judgments and the election, affirming his victory at the polls, but the other camps are also there. And then Kano was where we also had that unfortunate incident that the NCC facility was touched, looted. So how all of this play out, we do not know. But we also do know that it usually is a slow build-up. Last 2 days, it's been a slow build-up. But today is today, and we'll watch and see.
Indeed, Chimling, I think we can bring a report of the summary of events that happened in the northern region of Nigeria, keeping in mind the fact that there are updates. For instance, the fact that the governor of Borno State has now lifted the 24-hour curfew in Maiduguri. But this was how it went down in the northern states yesterday.
It's day 2 of the Endbadgovernance protest. And following the fracas that trailed the first day of the protest, security is beefed up across the states in the north to forestall another breakdown of law and order. Some state governors also addressed protesters in the states in a bid to reduce the tension.
This is not an NLC demand for increment of salary. They are protesting for hunger. They are protesting against poverty, which is as a result of the bad policy by this administration.
There is problem, there is hunger.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. That's the fact. That's the fact we are here.
It is my responsibility as your brother, as your governor, to make sure that the best come back to you.
Thank you, sir.
However, in Plateau State, the former Minister of Sports, Solomon Dalong, urged President Bola Tinubu to consider the demands put forward by the protesters.
The main purpose of this protest is to praise the president to reverse some of his economic policies that has brought so much untold hardship to the people. And I appeal to the people of Plateau to conduct themselves peacefully, because our own challenges are so peculiar. And I thank them for demonstrating love, because yesterday, when it was time to pray, the Muslims were given water here, they perform ablution, and they say their prayers to God while we give them protection.
Meanwhile, the chairman of Kefi local government area of Nasarawa State has imposed a curfew in the community, citing security concerns arising from the hijack of the protest by miscreants on day one. Calm returns to Gombe as the governor goes round town to inspect the situation.
Yes, there is a setback because for 2 days people have not gone to business. But for sure, Gombe is always ready to cooperate with us as a government and will pursue and support whatever in order to see that these people go back to their businesses and nobody comes and cause any mayhem to them. There is going to be peace, a continuous peace for them to pursue their businesses. There is going to be peace for government to run its business, and people will move forward the way we used to do, inshallah.
His Kwara State counterpart appreciates the people for heeding the call not to protest.
We engage properly all the stakeholders, religious bodies, and they understood and they're patient. But I can assure them that the president is working, and very soon you start seeing changes. There are things like the students' loans, all sorts of various interventions are going on to deepen the relief. So I just urge patience, and this will be done. Those that are angry, yes, we feel your anger, but the most important thing is to say, this is a listening government. We've heard, and the right things will be done.
In the meantime, the police in Sokoto State says 81 suspected hoodlums have been arrested in connection with the violence and vandalism that followed the nationwide protest against hunger in the state.
So there you go. That's some wrap-up of how it played out in the north as of yet. But several appeals, as you also have heard, have rung out from different quarters, different officials, to also weighing in, asking, sheath your swords, and that, well, your voices have been heard. Here's one of such voices, the Minister of State for Labour.
I am so concerned about what happened yesterday, especially the loss of lives for our brothers and sisters who passed on at the cause of the protest. My heart goes to them. It's quite unfortunate that these things has to happen that way. I plead that we should sheath our sword and embrace peace and stop at this moment. The president has heard everybody loud and clear. President is somebody who is a Nigerian, who understands the politics of this country, who understands the yearning and aspiration of the people of this country.
All right, so we've got here in our studios Carla Logmandino, former National Publicity Secretary of the People's Democratic Party. Good morning, and thank you for coming on today.
Good morning, Chambale. Good morning, Maupe.
Well, what a scenario we've got in our hands. Yes, it's it's Saturday actually. So we're mixing it with protest day, you know, so that just fills your head. So you're just wondering what's going to play out, how is it going to happen. But for you now, what is your impression of how all of this is playing out?
When we talk about impression, I think that the youths, and I truly want to give it to the youths of this country, have passed the message effectively to President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
And I know that there have been losses at both ends, on the side of government, on the side of the people, and collaterally on the side of Nigerians who could not go out to do their businesses and who have lost huge sums of money. But notwithstanding, I think the message needed to be passed to Mr. President that policies are not cast in iron, and that you must continue to examine the processes. You must have a strong feedback mechanism, because these are the things that I believe that are lacking. You must have a strong feedback mechanism, and you must take that feedback mechanism very, very seriously.
Speaking about that feedback mechanism, I mean, you know, this is not, it's almost like a recurring decimal in politics with presidents and governments versus the people. So what exactly do you think usually happens? Because don't forget, too, the time that the former president, Jonathan, tried to get the subsidy out, too, there was also that brick wall where some people thought, no, we don't think this should happen. And then there were questions about communication, even though, yes, we saw that they were trying to address the people. So what do you think is the missing link about always getting the messages across to the people, either rightly or wrongly?
Okay, thank you, Chamberlain. Let me also sympathize with those who lost their lives, and also pray that God grant their soul repose, and also to those who have lost their property, to sympathize with them. But having said that, we talk about communication. These things are very easy. They are, like I said earlier, they aren't cast in iron. But if a government or the leaders of a government appears to be arrogant, I know even from history, whether in the religious books or whether in the lives of the people, from history, leaders often come up that appears to be arrogant, and they don't care what the people feel or how the people think. When you have that kind of a situation, communication is difficult. I do not want to believe. And I'm personally pained. You know why, Chamberlain? In the history of Nigeria, this is the first time that we're having eminent politicians, eminent members of the political class being in government who have experiences. And I'll give you my reasons. Aswaj Bola Ahmed Tinubu was a senator and governor before he became president. His wife, Mr. Remi Tinubu, 3-term senator. The chief of staff has been in the National Assembly, I think since 1999 or 2003. The SGF, a senator, a governor, a minister, before he became SGF. Now, where is the experience? Because that's my own worry. Where is the experience?
But isn't this like the changing nature of politics? The changing, because if you look at what has happened here, if you look at what has happened, I mean, yes, our politics, some people say our politics hasn't evolved, but the country which they lead, the people whom they lead have evolved as a result of many factors, as a result of the development of technology, as a result of, you know, the globalization of the world, the fact that, you know, whatever is happening in whatever part of the world, you know, is felt in another part of the world almost immediately, can be seen. Here we have groups of young people under known banner or of any sort, no known agglomeration, who have said, look, we want to protest. And that's because we have had days of hardship. I mean, we've had endured years of hardship as a result of fuel subsidy removal. So it does appear that there is a change in face where the experience of yesteryears might not exactly count in dealing with what we currently have evolving today. Do you agree with that?
I don't totally agree with you, with that, Mark. You know why? The protest didn't just happen. It didn't just occur. There's nobody that is in Nigeria, and I can even say globally, like rightly pointed out, that wasn't aware that there were plots or moves to engage the government via protest. But you know what the government did? Instead of the president coming out to address Nigerians, majority of the people involved in this are the age mate of his own children, to come and engage and speak even as we speak now, they were totally ignored. So that has nothing to do with whether technology is about empathy.
No, when I say, because there's anything that some people say, this government at least tried to do. It's part of what yesterday I was speaking with a number of our guests. One of the guests said, look, what the government was doing is third-party engagement. So we saw quite a bit of frenzy in the run-up to this protest. Government engaging different bodies and groups, and bodies coming out to say, no, we are appeal to our members, please don't join the protest. We want to say we're not a part of the protest. So there was that level of engagement. We saw traditional rulers, we saw governors, we saw ministers, we saw all manner of people come out to appeal to Nigerians to say, don't join the protest, or let us be peaceful, or whatever it was that they were saying. So we saw all of that. However, that might have worked maybe 20 years ago. It doesn't seem to be the sort of engagement that is needed in this situation as a result of the amorphous nature of the protest. Do you agree with that?
That's why I said that the president needed to come out and speak to Nigerians, not a third-party style that you said the guests you spoke with referred to. The president himself. What stops the president from addressing the nation?
If he does.
God, that's the question.
What do you think will happen if he does?
If he does, my expectation of any address of the president today is such that will address the issues, the concerns. The main issue, what are the issues? Hunger. Okay, yes, the president said in one of the addresses, I said that, he has approved the opening of the borders to bring in food. These are temporary measures. How does that solve? How does that help us? Because already, let me tell you, on a large scale, given the cost of food items today, many Nigerians have returned to the farm, not minding the security threat. People are doing plantation. People are planting food in their respective homes. Then I think instead of the government to support that model, it says that, it has opened the border to bring in food. And there's so much propaganda. For instance, let me give you one. The government is saying that, you can go to the market and buy rice at 50,000 naira or 40,000 for 50 kg of rice. Where is it? In which market? Through which government office? So there's so much propaganda rather than addressing what the issues are. So I believe, because I've also seen reports here and there where the government people who cannot even come out boldly to speak are using the social media to propagate that, the government has addressed this number of times.
Even though I saw a certain report that the government sold, I think, 50 kilogram bag of rice for 40,000 naira, but I'll double check. I didn't read it properly, but I saw it somewhere. But
no, that's what I'm saying. I say, in which market are they selling that? Is it in the supermarket close to your house? Or is it in the market close around your house? That you have seen people buying.
There's no supermarket close to my house, actually.
Okay, maybe there's a market close to you. I have seen people buying 50 kg of rice for 40,000. You don't need such propaganda. They are needless.
So when we started
they don't address the realities.
When we started out with the Gen Zs and, being part of this and playing an active role, why wasn't the opposition the face of this protest?
Well, even the opposition had not been the face of the protest when the government was already accusing leaders of the opposition that, they are behind the plot, they want to scuttle the administration, what they lost in the election, they want to get from the back door.
Do politicians pay attention to those kind of accusations?
They see it now. Everybody read it now. It's in public space.
No, does it stop the opposition from either making sure that, you can say whatever you want, but the hunger is hunger?
Well, I think everybody is acting in their private capacities. I think everybody is involved in one way or the other. Protest doesn't mean that you have to come to the streets. There's also civil disobedience. People staying in their homes and saying that let the government carry on since it is not prepared to listen to what Nigerians are saying. So I think that's the circumstance in which we find ourselves.
So as things are playing out now, can we really say that we do not have politicians who are fueling this?
whether there are politicians who are feeling it.
Can we say that is not happening?
I do not believe, and I'm saying this with every sense of responsibility, that there's any politician who's feeling what. Do you need a politician to tell you that you are hungry? Do you need a politician to tell you that your purchasing power has become ridiculously low? What do you need a politician to? What is happening in Nigeria now? That any politician, look, let me even tell you, any politician that comes out to speak and doesn't know the manner of his address, the retaliation will be very severe. That's the honest truth. So politicians are even avoiding the situation. They are avoiding engagement. That's the honest truth.
All right, let's bring in Mr. Daniel Boala. He joins us virtually this morning. Good morning, and thank you for joining us on the program today. So, Mr. Boala, so yeah, we've seen your images with the president, and you've been speaking lately as well about that. We hope you can hear us, Mr. Boala. So, could you tell us, do you think the president or presidency is getting the message from Nigerians about this protest?
Good morning, Chamberlain, and good morning to Nigerians. I think that, let me just make a point regarding the question, pointedly. The whole idea of the protest is to get government to do something. So the emphasis is on the doing of that thing rather than on just the president coming to say, I have heard you, I will do it. Because if he says, I heard you, I will do it, but he doesn't do it, that is also a breach of trust. But you asked the question whether the government is hearing. I believe strongly in the last 2 weeks, not only has the government heard and communicated to Nigerians that the president is assiduously working towards fulfilling some of the demands of the protesters. We have seen policy direction and implementation that is that is tailored to the needs. For example, they talked about hunger. This is one fact that nobody is under illusion in Nigeria that there is extreme hunger. Nobody. Because virtually even the rich, they are affected by this element. Because if you think you can feed your family, you must have noticed that the number of people who are now approaching you, seeking for food, either from home, from village, from everywhere, has increased, including religious leaders. So we are all at Edom as regarding hunger. The approach in dealing with the hunger, the president over the last 2 weeks has taken policy measures and decisions in a bid to deal with that. The Federation of Nigeria consists of not just people in the center, but people in the state and at the local level. The redistribution of the wealth of Nigeria through the increased allocation is part of the bid of government to deal with hunger at the local level, meaning that the state government, with the increased allocation, can as well use this money to deal with hunger in their locality as well as the local government. In addition to that, the president gives them 10 billion every month in a bid to deal with this, imminent problem confronting our people, because of crisis and insecurity, we have not had enough farm. Then you have, dry season. Thankfully, we're coming to rainy season, so in the coming months, there will be food sufficiency. The president even went beyond that and said, look, I will even import food. And a lot of people are criticizing him because the policy before now is that we don't need to import, because if we import, it will affect our local market sellers. The president also approved the release of truckloads of food to reach out to the people. And then 3 days ago, he has also approved the sale of 50 kg of rice for 40,000. All of these things are policy decisions in a bid to deal with hunger. We can debate about whether that has reached the people, like my brother, Olabinde, is talking about whether it has reached the people or not. But that is a quick response by government to the demands of the people. And then you can escalate that to virtually every other demands that the protesters raise, except for a few ones that, of course, if it has to happen, it will require constitutional amendment. And there are those that are practically impossible, like the demand for the release of Kano. There is a judicial process that has commenced already. The president has to wait, even if he has to give prerogative, he has to wait until there is a conviction. So in terms of whether the president or the government is responding, the government is responding directly. I think that the protest could have been so detailed to talk about the specificity, regarding whether these things that the government is saying we are doing, we are releasing, we are giving, whether it is actually reaching the people. That means the protest by now could have been so decentralized to a point where there would also be a concurrent protest in state facing the governors and a concurrent protest in state facing the local government. But because this protest does not have a defined goal, there are objectives. We need this, we need that, we need that. And that's why we say that characteristic of a well-organized protest has to be identifiable leadership, has to be identifiable objective, has to have a timeline, and has to have a deliverables. And all of these elements are not there because you have multiple groups with multiple demands, and you find it very difficult to negotiate with who. You can negotiate with A. Right.
So let me ask. I mean, you know, part of the narrative which we've also seen out there over time, recently as a result of all of this, is that government says, look, we are doing this, this, and that. And the people who are out there say, look, we don't see what you say you're doing. So it does then appear as though, well, whatever it is that you say you're doing is lost on the people. Shouldn't they then go back and retool and ask ourselves, why is it that they are saying they don't feel the impact of what we're doing? Implementation. Something is wrong at that point.
Definitely, when a policy involves hunger in a population of over 180 million, some people say we may have probably reached 200 million. Whatever you do as a policy direction, it will definitely be like a drop in the ocean. But the intention is important, and the process is also key. Because once the government decision is released in that direction, there will be effort on the part of the private sector to be a part of it. So, for example, if the government is dealing with hunger in terms of providing rice and the rest, and the private sector coming to it, you will discover that there will be a situation where this food will be sufficient. This issue around food, in the next, because it also coincides with, dry season, then there is also the issue of Ukraine and Russia. In the next few months, you're going to see some level of improvement in that area because there will be harvest and all of that. But specifically with respect to, you say you are doing this, we don't feel it. I think that a more organized protest should be such that they should have people who monitor implementation of government projects. I know government has a responsibility to monitor, evaluate, and the implementation of the program, they have to monitor and evaluate. But then also, if I am doing business with you, Mr. Chamberlain, and you tell me you have released the funds to me, it will be hope of me to find out from my bankers whether this money has been transferred, to find out from my bankers whether this money has been rechanneled to another direction. These are the primary things I would do. Then I'll come back to you, Chamberlain, and say, look, you claim to have transferred the money, but in actual fact, you have given instruction to your bankers that when the money leaves your account, it shouldn't come to my account. It should go to A, B, and C. I'm trying to tell you as a partner in the business that, look, I know what I'm talking about. I will not just sit down and say, because you say you have transferred, then if I have not seen it, I will then go to the street and start protesting, only to realize that the way business is run with respect to international transfer is that you have to give it 5 business days before the money hit the account. The summary of what I'm saying is that we have to be organized as the people who are protesting to look at the specificity of the implementation of program. Nigeria is not a climate that gives room for all of that. We run into emotions so easily. And I am not in any way in denial, like I said from the beginning, to set the base that there is extreme hunger in the country. We are not in that. So anybody who comes back and say, you don't know how they are feeling and the rest, you are just repeating. We all agree to that. We are talking about solution. So this is why I think, for example, Minister of Agriculture, I was the first person when the president first announced the release of food from the strategic reserve. I was the first person to say in the media, has the Minister of Agriculture communicated to the Nigerian people as to whether there was actually food in the strategic reserve? And if no, have you communicated to the president or to the Nigerian people that now warrant the need to import rice? Have you also, if you send rice to, say, Borno State or Kano or whatever state of the Federation, do you just go and dump it and go? There has to be monitoring and evaluation. You should be able to say, so number of rice, bag of rice, have been given to this state. It has been taken, the delivery was taken by so and so. And then you have people on ground who will monitor who got it. Take, for example, when these 50 kg of rice to be released.
Mr. Bola, I'm afraid I have to interrupt you because we have another guest. We also have joining this conversation Professor Osita Obu, who is a professor of economics at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He joins us via Zoom from Enugu. Good morning, Prof, and welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, this is where we are right now. Nigerians protesting, economic hardship as a result of the removal of fuel subsidy. It's taken over a year for us to see this reaction, but it has come nonetheless. From your own estimation, we've seen that, different governments have skirted around this issue, the issue of removal of subsidy, whether it be around petrol, whether it be around USD, management of our forex, as the case might be. We've seen how governments have skirted around these issues, but economists have always said, look, we need to address these issues headlong. And perhaps, what we're currently seeing is the reason why they have, been a little reluctant to address it headlong. This is where we are now. What is your own assessment of the action that has been taken via policy and the consequence of what has currently happened?
Thank you very much. I will get to your question, but let me make one or two remarks concerning the protests. One is that leadership is both substance and style, and I want people to underline this. And so, even when the intentions are right, the way and manner in which they are communicated, they are dealt with, are also important. The second point is that the presidency is an institution, and that institution needs to be managed. It's not a person, it's an institution. And so the handlers of this institution should come with skills to manage the presidency. Extremely important. Third point, the protest is actually a protest against all tiers of government. Let's be very clear about this. It's a protest against the political class. So I think it's important for us to understand what is happening. I think anybody ignoring the other tiers of government in this respect will not be doing justice to what is happening in the country. You might have good intentions, but do you have the knowledge of the means? Because that's the essence of government. The essence of good governance is that the welfare of the people is uppermost in your mind. You want to do right. But do you have the knowledge of the means of how best to do right? Extremely important. Let me get to your point on removal of subsidy and the explosion of the naira. When you have a developing economy at the stage at which we are, the market is not deep. The market is shallow, underdeveloped. You cannot rely on market forces. There is a process of gradualism. For those of us who have studied China and all other countries that are reforming, there is a gradual approach to reform. And when you take macro decisions, you must be aware of micro realities. The reason why economists are very reluctant to come on television to speak is that we consider what happens on television as partial analysis, and that can be quite dangerous. You have to have the whole picture before you begin to speak. Subsidy is not a bad word. Subsidy is used all over the world to address issues of affordability, address inequality, delivery of public goods and public services. So subsidy is not, anybody coming to tell you subsidy is wrong, is not correct, not at the stage at which we are. What was wrong was that the subsidy was mismanaged. So that mismanagement should have been at the center of that policy. So if you float your exchange rate or exchange, the Naira exchange to dollar to other currencies, when the market does not exist, and you are saying market forces, and there is even only maybe a single supplier to that market, you run into difficulty. The crisis we have right now is crisis of inflation. In fact, I've said we are in a supply crisis. Crisis of supply of food, crisis of supply of foreign exchange, foreign currencies, crisis of supply of employment. And there are no easy solutions. There can be certain quick fixes, but there are no easy solutions. You have to go into production, production, production. I don't know whether I've addressed that question or I should continue.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think you're at least beginning to touch on that particular issue, which you have said there are no easy solutions. And it would seem that the entire picture wasn't, taken a look at before certain decisions were taken. Are you also implying that?
Yes, absolutely. You see, that's why I said there are macro realities. If you go and check the research that has been done on inflation, you will immediately see exchange rate, interest rate, petroleum prices as significant factors on inflation. And by the way, as economists, we know that inflation is the greatest enemy of the poor. The rich can actually rearrange their assets and take advantage of inflation. I'm sure you know this. Right now, there are interest rates that are paid on investments that are up to 25%. No poor person has scarce resources to be investing, especially food inflation. Inflation is not something that any government toys with because of its effect on the poor. So when we say hunger in the land is because there is food crisis. The demand has remained the same, may even have increased because our population is increasing, but the supply has not. And so we need to address these supply constraints head on and adequately. The interventions may be palliative, but they will not solve it. And I think what has been happening is that there seems to be some sense that there is business as usual. A lot of knowledge is not being brought in, even the ministries are being run, and so on. And so sometimes when people ask me, how do you fix the economy? I say, go and fix the politics first.
Well, let's quickly go to our Lagos studios. I know that our colleagues there also have guests in the studio. So over to you now, Kayode, Jeff, and Bukola.
Thank you very much, Malkwe. So many sides to the conversation. And as we continue here from our Lagos studio, let's welcome Dr. Seyi Adetayo, Dr. Seyi Adetayo, who is a retired Principal Staff Officer, DSS and Security Intelligence Consultant. Good morning and welcome to the program. So as we reflect on what has happened so far, it's important to also look at both sides of the conversation. We've seen protesters come out and conduct themselves in an orderly manner in Lagos, in Abuja, in Port Harcourt. But we've also seen looting in many parts of the country. And, some would say that the long-term consequences of looting are even more because, some properties that have been vandalized may take a while, more than a year or two, before the businesses get themselves back together. But some would also say that already the economy was growing at a very slow pace. So I wonder, do the benefits of the protests outweigh the odds for you, Dr. Adetayo?
Well, the answer is no. But let me say this. I must commend all parties so far. Before this protest, we've been expecting that things is going to be, much worse than, what we're seeing today. In fact, we're expecting the worst scenario. But so far, I must commend the professionalism on the part of the law enforcement. Most importantly, Nigerian police, they've lost men. And also the protesters. If you look at the protesters, they are into different categories. They're the real protesters, those, people who are really, out there to actually show government that things are not working and they need to speak their mind. And we have those that are looking to take the advantage of that to commit all sorts of criminalities like looting. And then we have those that are taking advantage of that, not actually coming out, but behind the scene, making money for themselves. And we have those with other ulterior motive. But that shouldn't blight, the main issue on ground. People are hungry.
Civilians as well.
Yeah.
Just to speak to the side of civilians,
Yeah.
not just the security. Civilians have also died as well. In
Yeah.
Borno and
Sorry, I also missed that too, and quite unfortunate that people's lives were also lost in that protest. But it should have been much worse than that. But if not for the way the protesters conducted themselves in most parts of Nigeria, and also the professionalism on the part of the law enforcement, we've seen places where even commissioner of police out there were out there addressing the protesters. We've seen policemen dancing with them, singing. I saw a video where they were dancing to "Food No Day, Water No Day." Policemen were dancing, and that is the kind of Nigeria that we're looking forward to. Shows that we've matured as a nation. To me, I would say congratulations to all Nigerians. We've been able to show that in spite of how hungry and angry we are, we can still do things and still remember that we have a country to come back to at the end of the day. I've seen protests in the United States. If you look at Black Lives Matter, it was worst. People died. We've seen police showing extreme brutality against protesters. And we've not seen that here. So which means that from NSAS protests, we've learned a lot. And a lot of community engagement actually went into this. I must commend the governors. I must commend traditional rulers, community all stakeholders. One thing I've seen is that nobody is arguing that, people are not hungry. Where everyone is saying, yes, we know, but at the end of the day, we still have a country that we must come back to. In spite of all this, the whole objective is for us to be able to have a progressive and prosperous nation as a whole, and that cannot be achieved in an environment of anarchy and chaos.
Right. I just wanted to quickly walk through some of the demands, because there's the heart of the matter, and then there are other issues that we can pick around, the conduct of security, whether or not government is speaking and all of that. But at the heart of this, we have the demands of the protesters. Now, it depends on who you're asking or which of the demands you're looking at, but this one I've seen online. There are about 15 of them, from scrapping the 1999 Constitution and replacing it with a people-made Constitution, to tossing the Senate arm of the Nigerian legislative system, keeping the House of Reps, paying Nigerian workers a minimum wage of nothing less than 250,000 naira monthly, investing heavily in education. Now, I'm reeling this out for you to pick out the ones that you think, because we talked about having goals that are smart, specific, measurable, achievable,
realistic, and time-bound.
Relevant and time-bound. So the question is, which of them do you think are smart and achievable? So the next one is release Nnamdi Kano, and I think that Mr. Bwala, the lawyer, has spoken about that. Renationalize publicly owned enterprises sold to government officials and cronies, reinstate a corruption-free subsidy regime, probe past and present Nigerian leaders. That's 8. Then the 9th one on that list is restructuring Nigeria to accommodate diversity, then end banditry terrorism, establish special energy fund, immediate reconstitution of Nigerian electoral body, INEC, then 3 more, because there are 15 on this particular one. Massive investment in public works and industrialization, massive shake-up in Nigerian judiciary, and diaspora voting. Now, this one has 15. Another one has 10. And we've seen shorter ones as well. For some people, it's just end hunger. It's just one. So for you, you've seen these demands, at least from one of the groups protesting. What do you think the government should be focusing on in terms of resolving them?
If you look at the majority of the people out there, that the people who have not even seen this, all what matters to them is that they want to eat. They want to live a good life. You see, all these things, whether the Constitution is 1999 or 2024, it doesn't matter. As long as they can eat, they can feed their children. So to me, I think the goal right now is more about the micro and microeconomic policies that can quickly change things around and can put food, affordable food on the tables of Nigerians is what matters. See, in UK, they're also having the same problem. They are not. The reason why there was the massive turnout of voters to push out the current government was because people were hungry. They just needed somebody who would just come there and give them what they want. And see, that's the focus here. Talking about the demands being smart, you have to put it within the context of the 10 days strike period, because for you to give them, protest period, that means you have to give them something. And so when you say smart, you have to put it within that context. That will they be smart enough to be achieved within 10 days? The answer is no. The things that are here cannot be achieved in 10 days. Yeah, there can be some kind of a gesture or some, action or statement that can kickstart the process, but you cannot see the results in 10 days. These are constitutional matters, and constitutional matter will still have to go back to the the National Assembly, and just to go through the process. We start back from the community. So let's say these are the takes from the community to say this is what we want, and then there are various representatives who have to actually debate it or probably present a bill. But I know there have been several attempts at trying to tinker with that constitution, but you can't just throw a constitution away. Something must guide the law process. So it is either this constitution has to now be
we'll take it to our guest in Abuja. Let's take it to Mr. Olobodiyan. Mr. Olobodiyan, maybe still speaking to some of these demands. If you look at these demands, as he said, some are long-term. Perhaps the protesters are looking for a pronouncement. So, for instance, the president coming out to say, we will review the Constitution, or we will scrap the Constitution, or what's the next one? Toss the National Assembly, which is going to be a war anyway, between politicians as to whether to remove the Senate and leave the House of Reps. Where I'm going to with this is, as you speak to this, with that in mind, there is something happening that, since you're a politician, I think you have to speak to, which has to do with the pattern of protest, whether politicians are indeed sensitive. Because it looks like this is the new norm, and every political leadership has to brace up for this new norm. The last time we had a leadership kind of protest was in 2012. Enough is enough. NSAS was leaderless. The one in Kenya, Gen Z, leaderless. Now this leaderless. This generation are writing their own rules. Are we going to subscribe to their rules, or we are going to keep fighting them? That's the question.
Thank you very much. I don't think I don't think we're in a good environment when anybody will want to call this politician. So maybe you should have called me an on-the-air personality. But that is by the way. Going into your question, it is clear, and absolutely so, that any politician in Nigeria today who wants to contest election or wants to govern their country must take cognizance of the Gen Z. This is very important. We have them all around us.
Statement of fact.
As children, as nephews, as cousins. And when you listen to their discussions, the questions they raise, even before their parents, are very, very deep and strong. And they can even tell you that, look, you think we don't know. People are wasting our time. That is the generation that we are talking about. So the political class must reawaken itself by providing recognition to this Gen Z group. Because even to go and vote, they are going to dominate the election. So I think that, yes, some of their demands are far-fetched. Some are presently unrealizable because of the constitution because of the 1999 constitution as amended and the provisions so contained therein. But I am of the opinion that moving forward, the aspect that has to do with Mr. President will be considered. What are these aspects? Is it impossible for Mr. President to review his policies and come back to Nigerians and say for so and so and so reason, the policies that I'm implementing, they are irreversible? Primarily, let us take the issue of subsidy. Because whatever touches petroleum product in this country has taught every Nigerian. Maybe you are an elite, maybe you are a farmer, maybe you are a roadside mechanic, maybe you are a tailor, whatever profession you belong to, whatever touches on petroleum products has touched the heart of your individual. So having said that, I believe that if we look at where we are coming from, particularly during the Jonathan administration and the late Umar Musa Yar'Adua's administration, we found ourselves in situations like this. How did we come out of it? I think this is a question that the president needs to ask himself. I also believe that it is not enough for my friend who, although initially didn't want to greet me, and I talk about Ebola, to come and say that, oh, money has been given to state governors. So the average Nigerian on the street there is not interested that you give money to governor. You know what he's interested in? He believes that that money that you say you are giving to governor, why don't you revert it to the issue of subsidy and bring down the cost of petroleum? That is the thinking of the average Nigerian. For the economists, they might say that it is wrong. But for the layman, who doesn't understand all the data issues, who doesn't understand the macroeconomics and all those terminologies, what concerns him is what is he getting from government. And the Asiwaju that I think I know has a relationship, or used to have relationships with ordinary people on the streets. It is the same ordinary people on the streets that are now crying. Have you examined what Nigerians pay for a kilowatt of electricity? Is that the wish of government? So we have gotten to a level where Nigerians are now saying that, look, the years of the previous party that you say that they are horrible, and you say you want to lead us to somewhere, is it possible for you to take us back there? That's the situation in which Nigerians have found themselves. But I believe that governance is not cast in iron. And I believe that governance must be responsive and responsible too on the side of the people. Anything outside of that is working for oneself, not working for generality of the people.
Mr. Ologbodi, I'm going to stay with you for a bit before we go on to the next guest. And I'm also going to be speaking to you as a politician. Indeed, states are also receiving increased FAC allocation. And there's been a lot of talk about how there's been concentration on the federal government, on the presidency to address Nigerians. But states are also in this mix to the extent that they have a lot more spending to do. And PDP states, are also, captured in the mix as well. So has there been accountability, from the states if we place the demands of the protesters against the backdrop of the responsibility of state governors? Has there been enough accountability from the states?
I think we'll be missing the question. It will limit this discussion on the basis of parties. You heard me talking to, I think, approaching Kayode, and I said that, look, this is not the time to be called a politician in Nigeria. Because you can as well be the victim, even though you are not in government. So I think the issues that we have in the country today is about our collective development. And it's not the issue of which party do I belong to. Does Hunger know who is in PDP or who is a member of APC? Because the policies of government has been implemented across now with a terribly low purchasing power, recognizes that you are in PDP or you are in APC. Except you are the one in government. So I think our approach could be such that, look, what are the challenges that are confronting us? If I come here to speak as a politician, if I come here to speak as a member of PDP, I will not provide advice or reasons on how the government can get out of can take us out of this quagmire. I won't. I will speak like a politician. But I'm not speaking here as a politician. I'm talking as a Nigerian who is also affected by the situation in which we have found ourselves. So when you talk about, what are the governors doing? I have said it, that in the opinion of Nigerians, rather than impose taxes on us as a people in terms of removal of subsidy, rather than looking for revenue from us, the ordinary people, to go and give to governors, and you now turn around to be complaining that the governors are not using the fund that you are providing for them. What Nigerians are saying is this: such fund, can they be reverted back to the issue of subsidy and see whether the cost of petroleum products can come down?
Mr. Ologbodi,
I think that's more important.
You are now speaking like a politician, not like an on-air personality. So we need to really figure out which one. But let's expand the conversation. We still have Mr. Daniel Bwala and Professor Ogbu right here with us. But I'd like us to take a listen to a lawyer, Inibe Effiong, who tried to articulate the issues, the pain points. Then we'll, of course, expand the conversation. He was speaking on Channels Television last night.
Because constitutionally, every state is entitled to minister plus the FCT. There is no reason why Nigeria should have more than 37 ministers. So when the protesters say they need you to reduce the cost of governance, these are actions that can be taken under 24 hours. People say they want electoral reform. Shehu, you saw how the Akpabio Senate and the counterpart in the House of Reps convened to amend the Police Act to extend the tenure of the IG within 24 hours. Under 24 hours emergency session, they also passed an Appropriation Act. If the president is serious about addressing the protesters, by now the Federal Ministry of Justice would have come up with a draft bill to amend the Electoral Act and send it to the National Assembly to make electronic transmission of results mandatory under our law. This is one of the demands. If the president is serious, if the president is really serious, he would have addressed, right, other demands of the protesters, including economic policies that have been introduced, that have rendered Nigerians homeless, that have rendered Nigerians hungry. They told us on the 29th of May last year, Shewun, that the president has removed subsidy. We are aware from records that the last year, you can fact check me, about 3 trillion was paid for subsidy. Where is the fuel? We are still having queues. People cannot find it to buy. They have increased the cost of the electricity tariff. That has now made a mess of power in our country.
All right, let me take this to Mr. Bwala now. So he tried to articulate the pain points, and I imagine that you can relate. Things like the cabinet of the president shouldn't be as big as that. If we say that we don't have as much revenue, then it should reflect in the appointment. He talked about amending the Electoral Act, making electronic transmission compulsory. He talked about subsidy and questions the fact that it looks like we're paying subsidy, but the prices aren't dropping. So what exactly is going on there? It looks like that opaque nature has come back. He talked about electricity tariff. These aren't too much to take on for a government, are they, Mr. Bwala?
Right. So I quite agree with some of the points he has raised. They are valid arguments and valid points to be considered. And some of them requires reform of the Constitution and the Electoral Act, like when he talks about electoral reform. And reform of the Constitution, or rather reform of the Electoral Act, for which you have to provide the baseline in the Constitution, is not what will happen in 2-3 days. So if they said they are going to stay on the street until the full implementation of that, I doubt if that is a good course of action. With respect to the cabinet, it's also a valid point to say that given the economic situation of the country, there is need for you to reconsider the size of the cabinet and reduce it. But maybe what I would have called for the protester to do again, I've always believed in detail. To go beyond that and look at the cost of a cabinet, for example, the cost of maintaining the ministry and the budget of the ministry, and then the effectiveness of otherwise of that cabinet. Because if, for example, there is a ministry that is necessary, take, for example, agriculture, and lately we have seen livestock taken out of agriculture to make it 2 ministries. These are critical ministries for the survival of the country. These are ministries that are critical to meeting the hunger that we talked about, the economic realities that people are confronted by. And you cannot, given the circumstance, to say there is no need for you to create another livestock if evidence shows that creating livestock out of agriculture will be able to diversify the people and have some focus that will produce results. So it is what I believe that they can, evaluate and see the cost, and if it is unnecessary, then it is worth taking out. If it is necessary, then what can we do, or what have we been doing to take care of other areas that we think The reason why these areas are not taken care of is because we have a bloated cabinet. Take, for example, subsidy matter, which is what, in fact, virtually all the speakers have talked about. The truth of the matter is that petroleum subsidy in Nigeria is a scam. And so we can't go back to petroleum subsidy. However, the federal government is subsidizing virtually every aspect of the life of the common man. This rice, this 50 kg of rice to be sold for 40 is a subsidy. The government is looking to subsidizing healthcare. And you know that our people, we have healthcare issues in Nigeria. You can never underestimate the danger of healthcare in Nigeria. The government is looking to, subsidize healthcare and make sure, okay, the other day somebody was talking in your TV station, I was talking about the cost of the price of drug, I think for diabetes or something like that. The government can come into these areas that affect the health of the people. The government is also subsidizing transportation. We talk about the CNG bus, they talk about the rail system and the rest. In Abuja, for example, since the commissioning of that rail, and they said for the next 6 months it's going to be free. There are many more areas that as a government you can subsidize to touch on the poor man than subsidizing for petroleum product that goes to the rich and those who are involved in that scam in that industry. So, and it's just like what the professor said, that it's not that subsidy is bad. It is the mismanagement of subsidy that is the problem. So anybody to me who is talking about restoration of subsidy in petroleum, I don't think that person is detailed. And I don't think that person means well, because the other time there was a cost analysis that was done in the subsidy industry of petroleum, and they said that it doesn't touch on the common man. It is just scammers who get the subsidy money. They move the oil out of the shores of Nigeria, and then it doesn't, and not everybody has car anyway. So we look to redistributing the wealth in the areas that is very, very important and critical to our people. Nobody is in delusion or in doubt of this fact that reforms are not going to be comfortable. Ask anybody who talks about A, B, or C. Can there be comfort in any jurisdiction of this world where you are bringing reform? But our situation will not be the same in the next 1 or 2 years, because that would have been the fulfillment of some of this reform foundation that is being laid. This is my initial reaction to the very issues raised by Indebehen.
All right, let's take it to Prof. Prof, I would like you to speak to some more economic issues, which is what brought us here in the first place. And in focus will be the NNPCL. I remember when Melekari took over in 2019 after Maikantu Barrow, and he made some promises. He said there will be transparency, and this opaque thing will be out of the window. But this is 5 years down the line. We're still seeing NNPCL as an opaque organization. On the other hand, he said within the lifetime of this administration, talking about the Buhari administration, the refineries will come upstream. None has come upstream. And Melekari still has a job. So what we are saying, my question is, what can be done with the NNPCL as relating to managing our resources, which is our cash cow, to ensure that there is some level of returns that is clearly defined as a people that can begin to help the government? Because now we have forward sales, advances, crude-backed loans, mortgages, and all of that that is even biting harder, which is why we're having the Dangote refinery issue. I wanted you to speak to that gamut of issues for us.
Well, thank you. I think the issue, let me get back to the issue of even petroleum subsidy. I think that it's not fair to say that petroleum subsidy in itself is the same as every other subsidy. I think we have to make that distinction, that it is a critical input in every aspect of production. So it is something to be watched very carefully. And this idea of throwing the baby with the bathwater, what we cannot manage, we say it is wrong. And they're not human who are managing it. So let's return to the NNPC. NNPC is an institution that Nigerians and Nigerian governments must focus on, because it is the life wire of this country. It is where our foreign exchange is generated. It's where our revenues that are distributed to all the tiers of government is generated. So it cannot be and should not be business as usual. Quite frankly, it is scandalous that we have 4 refineries and none is working. The reason why petroleum prices have not come down is because as you were removing subsidy, you were also deregulating the exchange rate. So the importation and landing price has also gone up. So if you ask me, I think we need to re-examine the activities of NMPC. And what I expected, let's be honest, is that in the first 6 months of any government that came in, 1 or 2 of the refineries, I mean, this should be a mandate, should be up and running. It shouldn't take a year. And if it has taken a year plus, then we should be asking NMPC questions. So if we had refineries working, perhaps the petroleum prices will come down because you will not be importing petroleum with foreign exchange that does not exist. And perhaps that money could have gone into other things. You know, the issue that has arisen with the Dangote, and I'm very pleased that the federal government has approved that Dangote should be oil should be sold to Dangote, crude, not in dollars, but in naira, makes a lot of sense. Because what you're likely to see is that indeed prices of petroleum might start coming down. But I have said earlier that what this protest has, the signaling, is that people are not happy with the political class. People are not happy with the way they are governed. And it's not just federal, it is both state, it's both local government. People think that certain things are said, but what is done is different from what is said. What I would suggest is that in the coming budget, the signaling should be very clear as to how are we going to reduce the waste and inefficiencies in government. Our current budgeting system is extremely problematic, is not directing resources to the productive areas. We are still having too many institutions duplicating functions, and we had this promise that this will be reviewed, the so-called Orasanya report, to reduce this governance. If you look at the Charter of Demands, it is all centering on people's perception that government is asking the citizens to tighten, and the government themselves may not necessarily be tightening their own belts. And I think once you begin to, it's really extremely important that the coming budget signals a new direction, a new intent, a slimmer, more efficient use of public resources.
Well, Prof, could you give us specifics? Could you give us specifics? What would you have us do with the exchange rate?
No country actually floats their currency, let's be honest. Even America watches how the dollar is performing. You know, Nigerians think that the dollar is just free floating, or the pound is free floating. Because it affects trade, both import and export. And so every country, you have to have a managed, like I said, our market is not deep. You need, let me go back a little bit. When you are at this stage of development, you need a strong hand of government. But to have a strong hand of government, you need a strong state capacity. And the state capacity means a state capacity that is driven by merit, a state capacity that can incentivize, a state capacity that can punish. So if you don't have this state capacity, and that's why we keep saying subsidy was mismanaged? It's because there was no accountability and there's no punishment. State capacity can manage subsidy. You have to have a state capacity that manages subsidy. Based on the criteria these things have now enumerated, institutions have been set up in Nigeria without accountability. All you hear is that somebody has been removed and so on. No, there has not been any punishment. So when you set up institutions that have clear mandates and they deviate from that mandate, and it goes back to how even we constitute the boards of these institutions that take the institutions in the directions in which they flout their own mandate. So it is important that we understand that strong bureaucracy, effective bureaucracy, a bureaucracy that can incentivize the system. You know, I talked earlier about leadership style, substance, and style. And people have been saying the president should address the nation. I think the president should even call the state governors to a crisis meeting. Because we tend to think, because there's an urgent need to industrialize the nation. That's why I kept saying that we have a supply crisis.
Okay, so if I could just jump in there, concerning the foreign exchange, would you also subscribe that we peg it at a certain limit?
It's not pegged, it's managed.
With a strong
Meaning
institution.
You watch your inflows and outflows and create a certain basket around it. You don't just throw it and say demand and supply. No. Nobody does that. No, not at the level at which we are. Remember, this is a country where the major supplier of foreign exchange is from one source. You need to create multiple sources to diversify so that you can even begin to have a semblance of a market. Once you don't have that, what you need to do is to have a sense, almost an index that the central bank can work out.
Okay, so
that says if the value or revenue from oil goes to a certain level. Yeah.
If the president calls this emergency meeting with the governors,
yes,
what will the agenda be?
The agenda will be, for instance, how can states become hubs of production? Listen, you can do palliative all you like. If people don't have jobs, they won't have income. If we don't increase productivity, income will not rise. If that doesn't happen, growth will not take place. So the states must become hubs of innovation, where in fact, a certain pot of money can be put aside to incentivize either on a state by state or region by region on the ideas they put on the table. I've always believed that the National Economic Council be used better. This council that brings the state governors, the federal government, the certain ministries together to begin not come to do the sharing, but to begin to say, how do we increase the baking of the cake?
Okay, so can you quickly set agenda for the local governments now that they'll be getting their funds directly, as the law has said? What should they be focusing on?
Yes, absolutely. By the way, are you aware that what propelled the growth in China came from local authorities? The local authorities were competing for industries to locate in their locality. In other words, both the states, both the local governments can begin to act as venture capitalists, begin to support and attract industries that will create jobs and generate income from the people. This is so fundamental. It's like the crisis in food, for crying out loud.
Okay.
I think that the current insecurity has not helped.
Okay.
A lot of people are not returning to the farm. And I think this romanticization of peasant farming and small-scale farming must stop. We must encourage some large-scale farming. We are quickly too, by incentivizing them. We are not using our banks of industry, Bank of Agriculture, in very strategic manners. They are scattering the little assets they have. You know, I call it coordination failure. That federal government has set institutions, but no one is coordinating these institutions to pursue specific agenda. You know, the Ministry of Trade and Industry must have a certain policy that allows these institutions not to scatter the little assets they have in various forms, but to channel them in a strategic manner in the direction in which we must now begin to see that the country is not industrializing. You cannot deal with issues of poverty without a very strong manufacturing sector, for instance. It has never happened.
Well, Prof, to be very...
So why is that not a focus? And why is it that even when we do a budget, we don't see a signaling in that direction?
To be honest, I really wish that we could just focus on you and, you know, keep the conversation with you, because there's so many more questions to ask you. And I see some of our, will I say, guests concurring. Mr. Ologbodiyan, you seem to be concurring vehemently with what Prof is saying. He's spoken about quite a number of things, talked about the supply crisis and the fact that, you know, no country actually throws out its currency to just be floated. It has to be a managed float. I guess that the CBN will have responses in that regard. But part of what Prof, or a lot of what Prof has said is the kind of, those kind of ideas come up in places where we have room for debate, which is what our political class should be about. You know, where ideas should contend. You have said that in this instance, nobody wants to be referred to as a politician because of what the political class is now known for. But ideally, these are the sort of conversations that should dominate the political class. Where do you think that this sort of you know, conversations can now happen? Under what, you know, forums? Because we know that, you know, preceding any presidential presidential election, we see that the different groups, you know, try to engage the political candidates to see what it is that they actually have in store. Will we say that as a country we have a place where these sort of ideas can actually be, you know, debated, interrogated? For instance, the president removed subsidy. There have been lots of questions after that, but it seems nobody is answering, or they're answering piecemeal.
Thank you very much, Mark. Before I go into that, I want to express a surprise that Ebola can come before Nigerians and declare that, oh, there's nothing government can do about the issue of fuel subsidy, whereas I have listed two governments in the past who has had reason to bring down the cost of petroleum products. But having said that, I know that what this government needs is a war room situation. And we have maintained from May 29, 2023, that the current administration doesn't seem to have what it takes to run the economy. If you listen to Prof, and you listen to the points that he quietly raised, he doesn't want to blame government. But everything that he has said revolved around government action. And what is the essence of the National Economic Council, for instance? If, like you rightly observed, that the responses we have been getting on subsidy have been piecemeal. And even on the streets of this country, even on the streets out there, Nigerians are being told that even the federal government is still paying subsidy. As we are speaking, even at the cost of buying black market fuel at 1,000 naira. So who is talking to us? What is the responses we are getting from government? So it is convenient to say that, oh, we are giving money to the states. And I keep saying this. And I will keep saying it. It's convenient to say we are giving money to the states. What are the governors doing about it? You know there was this challenge. There's nobody that's in government at the national that never knew that there was this challenge. Before they began to pay extra money to the accounts of the states outside their FAC. And I said the question Nigerians are asking is that rather than doing this, why don't you put this money in what can be of benefit to every Nigerian.
Extra money to governors, I didn't get that.
No. There was a report yesterday, or this morning, or yesterday, that the Minister of Information said that outside FAC, every state, the totality of the state and FCT has gotten 570 billion.
That is interesting because we do know for a fact that quite a number of governors have now sued the federal government at the Supreme Court, saying that not all that has accrued to FAC has been distributed as it ought to be. So there are questions around that, that particular situation for FAC as well. The governors are alleging that as much as 40% of what accrues to FAC is not getting to them, and they're taking that matter to court.
I agree with you. I'm aware also. But it boils down to the fact that who is communicating with Nigerians. And I'll keep saying this. Look at President Olusegun Obasanjo. If you recall, he had a media parley every month when he was president, where he was talking to Nigerians. Communication is key in governance, more so in a democratic governance. We are not running a monarchical system of government in which nobody can approach the king except you are invited. This is a democracy, and it's even a constitutional democracy. And that is why this protest came up. And look, Markwe, lest I forget, can you imagine that even the president of the Senate, who runs the bastion of our democracy, will come out and tell protesters that they can keep protesting while they are eating? So I think issues like this spur the violence, or spur the protest, or spur the protesters. And if you are talking about him, people in government, instead of sitting down with the president and providing the right advice, and those who claim to be friends of the president today, who are hovering around him, instead of sitting down with the president and providing the right answers to the issues, they are just dancing around the question.
Mr. Bola, I guess we can come to you now with especially with around conversations of communication, because for people who also know that this issue of subsidy has been in the air for so long, governments that have toyed with it sometimes have touched it with caution because of this sort of reaction, the reaction that we're currently seeing on the streets of Nigeria. Do you think that there has been sufficient communication? Because as far as people are concerned, what they know is that cost of everyday living has gone up. They're not exactly sure why that is. They know that, as a result of the removal of subsidy, but they're not certain why subsidy had to be taken away, and perhaps how deep the implications were going to be on their personal lives. Would you say that the president has been engaging enough of Nigerians in his communication with them?
So, although it's debatable, there are people who would think that the communication is not enough, and they can have facts to back it. But I think that the policy of the president has been disseminated to the Nigerian people through different channels. Let me quickly, in direct response to your point about subsidy, disagree with the professor and also answer Bra Kola. You see, I believe that we can speak to the facts rather than speak through emotions. Regarding the removal of subsidy and the floating of the Naira, in order for you to return back to the oil subsidy, in order for you to manage the Naira, you need, and these are facts that can be checked, you need on an average $22 billion annually to be able to do that. The question is, where is the money? Especially because as a country, we do not have manufacturers, we do not have other means of production. Our reliance is on oil. So you are going to have to rely on increased output to generate the $22 billion to take care of that. In order for you to generate the output that will match with the $22 billion, you will have to increase the production of the oil to 3.1 million barrels per day. You have to raise it to 3.1 million barrels per day. In order for you to be able to do the 3.1 million barrels per day, you need $40 billion investment in that regard. Where is the money? Let's keep emotions aside. This is a sad reality that confronts us right in the face.
Mr. Bola, just before you proceed, could you just let us know what source is that so everyone can check it?
I mean, you can see Statistens. Statistens is one of those sources. And then these other economists, Real One. Is it Real One? Real One. There's a name, Real One something.
Okay.
Something. He's
Mr.
also an economist that also talked about that. So the truth of the matter, Mr. Chamberlain, is the reason why we had to cancel the subsidy for oil and the reason why we had to flood the Naira is because we couldn't sustain the subsidy because there was no money. Buhari, all through his time, was collecting money, and by the time he left office, we have 73 trillion Naira that Tinubu must pay over a period of 3 years. So, and for you to be able to raise the money, nobody around the world will give you $22 billion every year for you to give subsidy. So you have to generate it through your means of production, which is the oil. And the output that we have as of today cannot match that. So you have to raise it to 3.1. And for you to be able to raise it to 3.1, you need an investment of $40 billion. Where is the money? Let us not speak emotions.
Yeah,
Let us speak to facts.
But the prof said that you can't just float your currency. And there's been countries with several economists have highlighted those countries, also there for everybody to check, where they floated their currency and it was catastrophic economically. He says you have to have a strong management system to ensure that those checks are also there, not just blatant floating of the currency, he says.
So the use of the words strong management system is a catchphrase. Let the professor give us the specifics of what he meant by that. Something that is touchable, something that is relatable as a fact that can support that premise. You see, but one thing about economics, Mr. Chamberlain, is that it's a theory. And there are different views in economic theory, just like in law.
Let me speak a little bit about specifics. Maybe also in addition to what Mr. Olugbondio has said, in 2007, the late President Yaradua reduced the price of petrol from 75 naira to 65 naira. In 2015, former President Jonathan slashed the electricity tariff by over 50%. Those are specifics. Why can't this government follow a similar trajectory?
The answer is simple. Your reference to Yaradua, check out the oil production at the time. Check out the oil production and the sale and the revenue as at the time. With respect to 2015 of Jonathan, also check out the oil production as at that time and the profits that we make. And this is without prejudice to insecurity and damaged infrastructure that has happened. This protest that we're talking about, do you know for every single day of protest, federal government loses 500 billion naira? Let us speak to facts. So that I'm interested in hearing the professor telling us the specifics of what must be done in order to manage the naira. He used another word to say manage the naira. Some economists say show off the naira. Whatever it is, your currency is supposed to compete. And if you want to help the currency not to compete, you need money. So I am interested in hearing his own perspective of the specifics that will help manage the naira.
Okay, before we come to the prof, he's going to speak to it. He's going to speak to the prof. Just hold on a minute. Mr. Bola, can you tell us, what do you know about the subsidy? Is government subsidizing petrol at the moment?
Yes, I am aware, although it is not officially said by the government, but I'm aware that there are some bits of subsidy here and there. And I have a direct response in 30 seconds to you regarding that. The IMF policy that the government seeks to implement recognizes what they call strong country ownership. It's part of the exception to the general rule in the IMF policy that talk about strong country ownership. And what that means is that in implementing the IMF policy, you're permitted to tinker where necessary with policies that will be tailored to the specifics of the peculiarity of your environment. The federal government is applying the strong country ownership in the implementation of the policy. That's why even though it is removed, but there are times there are 1 or 2 areas that the government will need to intervene.
So in other words, the government should be straight with Nigerians and tell us we are subsidizing petrol.
Not directly, because if the government at this stage and the moment where we are if the government is not going to in some way subsidize oil one way or the other, the price of liter per day will be about 1,600. Mr. Prof, I'm waiting for the exciting perspective you will give us about
Mr. Bola, if I may, because there are a number of things that Prof said, and this is not me, Prof is still very much here. He can very much repeat what he said, but what I want to bring into perspective was Prof also talked about, consequences. We know that we were not here say 15 years ago, for instance. We know that we had healthy reserves. We knew, for instance, that we had how will I put it now? I'm trying to remember the excess crude account. There was a very healthy reserve left in excess crude account. There were attempts to start a savings, a sovereign wealth fund. We saw the stiff resistance from governors who said, oh, federal government cannot manage a savings account for us. We can save by ourselves. We saw how Mrs. Okonjo-Iweala forcefully had to push through a $1 billion savings in sovereign wealth fund. I mean, there was a time when this country was experiencing boom, and we also experienced a bust of some sort. But there have been times when the amount of money we had in reserves could cushion the effect of what it was that was happening globally. But we have since seen a decline. We've seen, yes, oil prices crash, but we've also seen a mismanagement of resources without, commensurate consequences for those who have mismanaged these resources in many facets. I mean, we saw, for instance, a comprehensive probe into fuel subsidy mismanagement pre-2015 under the Jonathan administration. And we saw how government managed that. I mean, these things I'm talking about is not just under one administration. So there have been years of, bad behavior without consequences for this. And it would seem that government is throwing his hands up in the air and saying, look, as a result of what has happened, we're ditching subsidy altogether, which is now having an adverse effect on the people of Nigeria. Would you say that, government should once again visit the issue of consequence, or will it be too much for any government to undertake?
I agree with you, Markwe, that the lack of consequences has resulted in a lot of the problems we see today. And the simple word is corruption. Corruption has led to the mismanagement of the resources. But in answering that also, I must relate it with what Brother Kola said about the states. You see, if you look at what we are getting today as revenue arising from this oil, whatever, removal of the subsidy, there is a distribution formula that gives the federal government 40-something%, that gives the state 20.6%, and the local government 20.2%. So in other words, close to half of the increase goes to the state. But the federal government is one. The federal workers are few. The rest of Nigeria are in the state. In other words, 70% of our entire economy rests on the states. This money goes to them. Very few states have shown any sign of improvement in the welfare of their people. Now, Brother Kola is saying that there is no need federal government continue to give it to the governor, rather they should find ways of doing it. My answer to him would be, that may be the ideal, but that's not what our law supports. We're running a federation system of government where you have federal government and state government, and the federal government cannot put to the states on how they use the funds. There was a time I gave an opinion. I say, instead of the extra 10 billion that the federal government is giving to them, tell all the states, just like the way they do in UBEG, give us the things you want to be done in your state. We want to execute it directly from the center. Because every money that goes to the state goes to the pocket of the governor. The punishment, Markwe, to this is that let the protesters and Nigerians raise their awareness to the fact that the state governors are not meeting up to expectation, which is the reason why the situation is the way it is. The consequence is impeachment. But who can impeach a governor? Because he has 308, the federal government can't do anything about that. If you say the House of Assembly will be able to do that, do they have the independence necessary? You talk about the local government, and the president has commenced that autonomy policy by, first of all, giving that autonomy to the local government, who will come to the State House of Assembly. We want to strengthen this democracy. Every January in America, when the president appears before Congress, there is this thing called the State of the Union. Their open remarks will always be that America has not reached its ideal, but we have come a long way, and we are all marching towards a better union.
It points us back to what the people are asking for, the president speaking to the people, because in that State of the Union address, he has to address the union and talk to us. Let's see what's going on with that union. So you're saying the same thing indirectly. We appreciate that. So we have live feeds coming through now from Ojota on the streets. Let's take a look at that now, where the protesters are continuing. Remember, that was the very interesting point of conversion yesterday. So look at that now.
If there are people like us, they come out,
Just to beg, I beg, we feel one chop. Just give us food to chop. Just give us water to chop. We need to ask anything. If we protest finish, if we talk for finish, we don't even follow police fight. We don't even friendly to them. We don't go walk out from here reach them. They don't love us. Get to talk. Is it good? We know where our money they go. Yaya Bello paid almost $700,000 in advance. Mumu know too much. The Mumu know too much. He paid $700,000 in advance to American school. Our school day here.
Okay, so there you go. Some of the protesters still highlighting part of the challenges of the rising cost of living, where they think it is, you heard that, unbearable, how they have to cough out certain amounts of money which they say they barely can have to eke out a living, let alone pay that one. And you can see members of the Nigerian police force, officials of Nigerian police force, also on hand. Just, I think this is too close proximity between the police and the protesters. But, I mean, you can clearly see no hostility, even though some of them will tell you, look, detachment with that amount and intimidate some people. But we'll get you more updates on that particular scenario and elsewhere in different parts of the country as we get them. Okay, let's get back to you, Prof. I hope we haven't lost your train of thought. So quite a number of things for you to respond to from Mr. Bola and others. You have the floor now. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. You know, I said earlier that policies are not made on television. We're just having a conversation. When we sit down in a room and we look at the data, it will become obvious the direction in which we will take. But let me say this. By the way, theory, just like subsidy, is not a bad word. Theory is what underpins practice. And people tend to look at theory as something that is irrelevant. In fact, it is so fundamental. It is the absence of theory. I have always asked this question anytime decisions are made, and I will ask, what is the theory of choice? Why did you take part A instead of part B or part C? That's the theory. And so you examine the full implications and consequences. That's the theory. So if you don't have theory and you jump into practice, the consequences are immense. And so many people that come on television are actually those who claim to practice without theory. So we have to be extremely careful. But you see, the issue with revenue, what we have not considered is that we are losing over, as they said, maybe 400 or something billion in oil theft. It goes back daily. It goes back to the point I made earlier. In this time and age with technology. So if we're having revenue shortfalls, if we're not increasing our production, if we're investing in oil, are these not what policies can also tackle? Are these not also what incentivization can also tackle? Are these not also what that state capacity can deal with? I said the state capacity must be merit-based, must incentivize, must punish. accountability, which is the word that is lacking, is what we have not seen in our public, and it has nothing to do with this regime. It's been all over. And I mentioned how even our predecessors are governed and the people we put to run them. Even when we make appointments in the governing boards, sometimes they are not reflective of those who will enhance those institutions. So there are a lot of things to examine. The point I made about managing the currency, and I referred to it, I said, you know, you have a research department of the central bank. It used to be quite strong, extremely strong. That department can compute an index that allows the bank to manage this exchange rate. It's not something we can discuss on television. So there are a couple of things, and you know, a reference was made about how money was being saved in the good account and so on. That was real. It is true that, yes, there was maybe a lot more money flowing into the coffers of the government at that time. But let me make this important point. Nations can grow even when there are no new investments. All they need to do is to get more productivity out of existing assets by reducing waste, reallocating resources where they're mostly needed, and improving efficiency. Not rocket science, but it requires discipline, requires that state capacity, and requires leadership.
Okay, well, we'll still get perspectives from Mr. Olugbadun and Mr. Bola in a moment, but we need to bring in Mr. Adetayo. Let me speak to the images we see in the picture there about the protests, Mr. Adetayo. Well, we also do know, what can you tell us about the conduct of police officials? Because if you look at that image, yes, you see the protesters just there, peaceful at the moment, but when you have that detachment of that retinue of officers being in that proximity, that close, is that an intimidation tactic, saying, yeah, you better stay here, don't move, or something like that? What do you think of, for those who think that way?
Well, things like that can easily be interpreted in different directions. I know part of what the protesters demanded was for police protection. So it could be seen as a police protection, being there to ensure that you know, the protests are not hijacked or hoodlums, they are not attacked by hoodlums. And some other people could want to interpret it as you know, trying to intimidate them. But so far, I think the conduct of the security agencies, like I said before, most importantly, the Nigerian police have been commendable. I can say that. I've seen lots of videos. I've been on the street myself, and I've seen the way that they've been relating with the protesters, and also situations where we saw people, you know, looting. They have used minimal force to try to curtail that. To me, that is lots of progress coming from the Nigerian police under IGP Egbeto Tokun. And we must actually take note of this. If you compare this with what we've experienced in the past, because it is a complete departure, we're seeing, you know, security agencies that are living up to expectation. It could have been worse than this. From experience in the past, but so far we've shown maturity from both sides, both from the protester, because the protesters also needs protection from those who may want to attack them, protection from those who may want to hijack the protest. So it's important that we have police protests. And also, we shouldn't forget the fact that there are those that are not on the streets that also requires protection. They want their asset protected. They want their businesses protected. So they are present out there, largely securing, can be seen to be for securing the nation as a whole.
In terms of ensuring that we bridge this us and them mindset of the police and the people, what would have been wrong in this particular instance of the protest if the policemen had come out with maybe water cannon, protective gear, shield, such that you de-escalate the protest as opposed to just having your gun, because there are people who have PTSD where accidental discharge has happened time and again. So being very close to officers with their hands on the trigger, just waiting to pull it, could be trigger happy. So is it against the mindset of the police to actually see them come up with this kind of gear?
I say we actually need to look at our society carefully. If you go to Britain, United Kingdom, you hardly see weapon. I was surprised when I saw some police officers in Gatwick Airport of recent, and I was seeing them carrying assault weapon. It's quite unusual in such crime, and that's why you see that most of the crimes and criminality are knife related. In countries like United States, weapons are everywhere, guns are everywhere. In the airport, you see pistols, you see assault rifle. The mere sight of an assault weapon does not give anybody PTSD in the United States. Nigeria is a country that we've grown, we evolved from a long military rule. AK-47 is more or less like, a daily visuals, optics in Nigeria. I don't think that a 10-year-old will be scared of seeing AK-47 in Nigeria, because it has become part and parcel of our society. Even you hardly see policemen carrying pistols nowadays, because the challenges we are facing are coming from criminals that are also using assault weapons. And that's the reason why it's become part and parcel of our law enforcement. However, because what I saw mostly out there are policemen and women, members of the Nigerian Civil Defense Corps, in their normal, usual, regular police attires, and few of them carrying weapons. And you see this red tape on their, band on their armpit, showing that they are there for protest duty. And I think that even looks better, than policemen wearing anti-riot gears, shield. That will look more confrontational. It will look more how will I put it, intimidating to the protesters. So I think we've done well so far.
I'd like to ask you, why? Since you've been in service, so perhaps it's just trying to understand the mindset, if it's the same. Why is it that most officers, people talk about, even if you create a new agency tomorrow, they will almost always be very hostile and angry with the people, with the populace. Why is that always the case? We're not the cause of their problems.
Okay, so part of the things I learned growing up is that the society creates the kind of leadership that it gets. Nigerians are generally hungry, hostile. There are lots of people out there that all what they have in mind is to take from you. They don't want to give back. And it is still from the same society that we recruit men into the Nigerian police force, from the same society that we elect people into government. So I've always been talking about us going back and look at the family as a unit of the society. What kind of family institutions are we building in this country? How responsible are the fathers, are the mothers? How well are they training their children? How well have they supported their family to ensure that they build values in them and they don't end up becoming a problem to the society? If you go out there now...
I'm sorry to jump in, Mr. Adetayo, but aren't those two different things? Look, as a civilian and as an officer, you are trained for several things. You're trained to control. There are two completely different worlds. So you can't say because, which by the way, men will tell you, no, Nigerians are not all generally angry. They are very lovely ones, as a matter of fact. So when you are there in uniform, You
to
are
disagree.
A trained personnel.
I think from
so
my background,
behaving as though you were not trained, isn't that supposed to be unacceptable?
Beg to disagree, Chamberlain. My background as a psychologist. See, you are who you are. Your personality is what your personality is. And the best the training can do for you is to help to sharpen your understanding and try to make you to understand the ethics of your job. But at the same time, you are thrown back into the same society where you are loaded, you are abused, you are discredited, you are insulted and assaulted. We've seen videos where people deliberately poke policemen. They want them to react. We've seen policemen, being able to comport themselves even in the face of provocation. And we've seen cases where people did not provoke police and police are the one provoking the people. We're still talking about the same society. We cannot, devolve, separate the reality of our society from the agencies, from the people that we have in this various organizations. We can't, because at the end of the day, they are coming back to the same society. They are going to relate with people. They will go to the markets, they will go to the church, they will go to the community centers. They live with people in the same environment, and we expect them to be different. We need to take this, this advocacy back home, down to the family unit, and let's begin to start bringing back those things that we were taught in our days in primary school, in moral instructions on how to behave well in the society. The areas of morality has to be reintroduced. Moral instruction has to be reintroduced into our curriculum in such a way that we can begin to start reshaping. I was so happy when the issue around Gen Z was mentioned. The truth here is that we really don't understand. Many of us, even our leadership, we don't really tend to understand what Gen Z represent. One of the major characteristics of Gen Z is the fact that they don't believe in postponed gratification. They want results now, and they want it now and now. If we don't understand these people, we
can't make sweeping generalization, because clearly several things apply to several people. You can't paint everybody with one brush. But if your submission about officers is that one, many will then say then there's something wrong with the training, because they've seen other officers who conduct themselves very professionally. But I guess it might have to be another conversation for another time as we are winding down. So, gentlemen, if you don't mind, let me just get your concluding thoughts. Mr. Bola, let me get yours in terms of if what we need to do moving forward is not going to be lost on the president particularly.
This will be my plea to the Nigerian people, especially the peaceful protesters. There is no need to go to the street again and protest, because one, the point is made, the message is passed, the message is understood. What we need to do now is to give government.
He hasn't told us.
The president
hasn't told us.
He doesn't have to speak for the message to be understood, because the president is not deaf and dumb. The message has, and in fact, the president has heard them long before today and began, implementing some of those policies. He has been speaking to various means. So that's one. But if there is a specific request for the president to address the nation, that's a different conversation. But in terms of we want these things to be dealt with, he doesn't have to speak for that thing to be dealt with. My only plea with them is, and the reason I'm asking that they should not have to go to the street, it's just simple. That message, once your message is already passed, there's no point creating a drama, because what is happening is that you are giving the undemocratic element an opportunity for them to continue to make sure that the federal government loses 500 billion. And if you want the federal government to deal with this problem, the federal government needs revenue. It needs the infrastructure to be in place. It needs their critical assets to be in place, and it needs the peace of the state to be able to implement that. So continuing to stay in the street will not help the matter. The message is passed, it is understood.
My own position is that, one, I still believe that the president needs to talk to Nigerians on this particular issue. And I expect him to speak to Nigerians. I also believe that some of the major issues raised by the protesters needs to be attended to. Cost of governance is important. The profligacy in government, it has to be stopped so that Nigerians can truly see that we are all in this together. And I also think that Mr. President should look inward. The situation in which some of his own aides come out to just incite Nigerians via their statements, and maybe a sitting president of the Senate will declare that protesters can go on protesting while they will keep eating. I think that is inciting. And I also think that the manner in which the IGP, Kano started in his engagement would have been, continued, rather than one we later witnessed, like what happened at Beggar bus stop here, where the Jadinyoju was attacked during the conversation. I think that was needless.
All right, gentlemen, I want to thank all of you for coming on this morning. Kola Olobodinyo, former National Publicity Secretary of the PDP, Daniel Abuala, a legal practitioner, Professor Osita Ogbu, Professor of Economics at UNN, Enugu, and Mr. Sheyi Adetayo. Thank you also for your perspectives this morning. We're back in a moment on the August protest. It will continue in just a moment.
Thank all our youth, wherever they are. Let this word get to them that I am proud of them. I'm proud of them for keeping Akwa Ibom safe, for not joining in this business, because I can see that there's some bad belly inside, for not destroying what God has given to us. We celebrate them. We celebrate all of our youth, wherever they are. They did not protest, not because the police stopped them, but because God spoke to them. And we are extremely, extremely grateful to our youths, understanding that we can dialogue
and we can get all what we want. We can work together as a people, and that much as we respect protest, but they understand that hoodlums can hijack this protest, and they can cause mayhem, they can destroy lives. I am very proud of them.
There is a setback because for 2 days people have not gone to business. But for sure, Gombe is always ready to cooperate with us as a government and will pursue and support whatever in order to see that these people go back to their businesses and nobody comes and cause any mayhem to them. There is going to be peace, a continuous peace for them to pursue their businesses. There is going to be peace for government to run its business, and people will move forward the way we used to do, inshallah. No, there is peace in Gombe. There is no reason to put any curfew on the people who are already aggrieved, who are already hungry, and who are already angry. That is why we decided to make sure that they get opportunity to go and do their businesses and restore normalcy. Without that, it will mean everybody will die because of hunger and poverty and disease and lack of activity. We want them to pursue their normal businesses so that together with them we will sustain the economy and move forward. I have already directed the State Emergency Management Agency together with the Ministry of Works and Housing to go and assess. We will support whose property has been destroyed. And you can see even now, I've given palliative support to the people who have been given palliative. This is the last time we gave palliative to the people was 18 times, the 18th. So any palliatives that comes, we shall share. But what we don't have, we cannot share. So that is what we are ready to continuously tell people and every stakeholder that they should not allow this thing to happen because we know where it will end up. There has been reports, including the one from the IG, that hoodlums and some elements elsewhere, not even within the country, were the cause of this. And now we must avoid it. We must move forward. So I'm advising everybody to pursue his business and to remain loyal and peaceful. Government is ready to take care of them and to cover them and give them enough security to live normal.
Citizens of Borno State, I address you today with heavy heart as we mourn the tragic loss of innocent lives in recent bomb attack in Kauri, town of Kondoga local government, and Goza, town of Goza local government area of Borno State, among others. I wish to commiserate with the families of all those affected by this unfortunate incident and all the people of Borno State. I was at the State Specialist Hospital to sympathize with those who are injured and receiving medical care. In this challenging time, we stand united in grief and solidarity as we condemn this senseless act of violence that has once again struck our beloved state. Considering the intelligence report at my disposal as the Chief Security Officer of the state, and in consultation with our heads of the Security Forum, we have imposed a 24-hour curfew. We started at noon on Thursday to curtail the further loss of lives and properties that could have resulted from the possible infiltration by the elements of Boko Haram/ISWAP insurgents. Amidst these challenges, some miscreants yesterday, in the guise of participation in the nationwide protest, perpetuated criminal activities, including the destruction of public properties. It was very unfortunate that hospitals were vandalized and equipment, including beds, office furniture, drugs, consumables, and solar power facilities, were looted. In what could have been a major disaster, attempts were made by these hoodlums on several occasions on Thursday to attack the Maiduguri emergency gas power plant. However, it was abated by our gallant security forces.
To those who seek to exploit the current situation by engaging in criminal activities under the guise of protest, I urge you to reconsider your actions. Theft and vandalism only harm our community. Let us express our grievances through peaceful and lawful means, respecting the rights and property of others. Violence has no place in our society, and I implore all citizens to reject any call to arms or acts of aggression. Let us embrace dialogue, understanding, and tolerance as we work together to build a brighter future for Borno State. Protecting the lives and properties is the main responsibility of any government. Therefore, as we lift the curfew on Saturday, 3rd August 2024, any person that engages in looting or violent activities will be dealt with accordingly. Over 95% of those participated in Thursday's so-called protest were children under 14 years. Most of them do not even know why they are protesting. A 6-year-old child carrying a black cat is amazing. It must have been directed by someone. A situation where thousands of children living in Maiduguri without care from anyone in the name of Al-Majiri must be looked into.
Welcome back to Channels Television, specifically our continuing coverage of the August protest tagged End Bad Governance. We're trying to keep the conversation alive as well as keep watch with the protests. And day 3, which is today, appears to be bearing similarity with day 2. It seems late deployment has happened for today, but there has been deployment after all, as we are hearing from some states of the Federation. Speaking of which, let's touch base now with our colleague and correspondent, Emmanuel Ezekiel, who is currently at Ojota. Hello, Emmanuel. Hello, Emmanuel. Yes, Emmanuel, what updates do you have for us from Ojota? Emmanuel, if you can hear me, go ahead with your reporting. Hello, Emmanuel. We'll return to Emmanuel as soon as we are able to hear him. Let's now move to Port Harcourt, South Nigeria now, where our correspondent Charles Oporum is standing by to bring us up to speed with the protest there. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning, Guki.
Yes.
Good morning from Port Harcourt.
Go ahead, Charles.
All right, I'm standing here. This is day 3 of the hashtag Endbadgovernance protest, and we are standing right in front of the Port Harcourt Pleasure Park, directly behind me. About an hour ago, the protesters started collecting here, the different groups, one by one. Behind me is just a handful of people, because the larger group have actually marched out from here on this side of the road. They went down towards the Bori camp area, turned a little bit, and they started heading towards the artillery area. I gathered from some of their leaders that they will be heading towards Iliosu, the east-west road area. Remember that for the past 48 hours, we have been encamped here on the Aba road. So there are virtually 2 highways that cut through Port Harcourt, Aba road and the east-west road. So they say they are going to be heading towards the east-west road for today. Now, it's interesting to note that on this side of the road where I am, this is where the protesters are congregating. But on the other side of the road, that is where the security agents, the police, that is where they are. And they've been keeping an eye out, watching and observing the protesters for the past 2 days. And today is absolutely no difference. Looking.
Charles, just reconfirm that. You said they've been encamped there for 2 days. That means they haven't gone home.
No. That's not what I meant. What I said, they've been encamped here for 2 days. What I meant was that every day they come for the protest. This is where they have been. So whenever they are done, they clean up and then they go. So it's happened for the past 2 days. Today is the 3rd day. That's what I was trying to say. Not that they were camped here and they don't go home. No, they go home and they come back every day.
All right, Charles, let's find out, in terms of number, the numerical strength of the people that are protesting, comparing between yesterday and the first day. How would you assess it?
Significantly smaller as of this moment. Significantly smaller. Now, typically, for the past 2 days, there's been a pattern. Whenever they start, they are like a handful of people, but as they march, their ranks swell, they increase until they get to the point where they decide to camp. It happened on the first day. On the first day, there were like maybe 15 or 20 people initially, and then they started marching. By the time they got to the government house, they numbered in their thousands. Same thing happened yesterday, and it looks like it's the same thing that's going to happen today. But I can confirm to you that just a handful of people right now who are gathered here at the moment. So, like I said earlier, the group have already marched out from this place, right? We expect them to turn back, and then the other members join their ranks and march across down to Eliosi, which is a flyover over the east-west road. Okay.
All right, Charles. Well, it's a quite interesting dynamic in Rivers State. So the party in power at the state is the PDP. That's the opposition at the national level. And so when people say end bad governance, it's quite interesting to see how that plays out. But thank you for your reporting, and please get back to us as soon as you have more. Well, let's turn our attention back to Lagos now, where our correspondent Emmanuel Ezekiel is in the Ojota area of the state, and he will be giving us live reporting from where he is. Emmanuel, speak to us. I can see the protesters right behind you with their placards. Talk us through what is happening there, the build-up to this moment as well. Well, Emmanuel, I'll just go this one more time. Speak to us. What is the situation there? As I said earlier on, the protesters, we can see they're behind you. They have the sound system, as we heard earlier on. So it would be great to know what kind of tone it is taking today, what demands they're bringing to the table today, and if you've been able to speak to any of them. But not to worry, Emmanuel, we'll rejoin you in a moment just to get all of the updates that we'd like to get on this third day of the End Bad Governance protest. But let's come to the studio now, and we'll introduce our next panel. We have joining us on the program this morning the Secretary to the Lagos State Government, Mrs. Bimbola Salu Ondei. She's right here with us in our Lagos studio. And right next to him is Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Wahab Shitu. Good morning and welcome to our coverage.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, channels.
Well, also joining us on the program is Mr. Ode Friday, who's the Country Director of Accountability Lab Nigeria from Abuja studio. And just right next to him is Mr. Kabiru Adamu, Security Risk Management and Intelligence Solution Consultant and MD Director, Beacon Consultant. Gentlemen, are you welcome to our coverage of the End Bad Governance protest?
Morning.
Right. Just before we come to Abuja, I know Lagos is quite busy right now, so it's only natural to start with Ms. Salu Ondei. You've seen what is playing out, or has played out over the past 3 days now. Now the protesters are gathered at the Ojota area of Lagos. I know you were right beside the governor when he gave his briefing the last time. So speak to us. What is the position of the Lagos state government as at now regarding the End Bad Governance protest? One, are you triggered by that End Bad Governance tag? Do you feel like it's targeted at you, and your general position on how far it is going?
Good morning once again, Nigerians, and thank you, channels, for having me after such a long time. I'm really grateful. Well, I'd like to tell you that the protests, as a lawyer, I agree it's their constitutional right. And the same way, Mr. Governor, that's also his opinion. We believe citizens have a right to protest, but we sincerely do not believe that there should be wanton destruction of properties, mayhem here and there. And I must thank the protesters. They've been very, very wonderful. I'm really proud of them. They have not destroyed anything. So we are grateful. We've been talking to those we could reach before now, and even now we're still dialoguing with them. every point they have noted, we have also noted that they have raised. I want to let them also know, the protesters, that they've spoken and their voice is loud and clear. We heard them. And in Lagos State, I would say a lot of things they're asking for, we had started doing them before now. As you know that Lagos has the largest population in this country, and we have the largest internal migration, local, even international, into the country. We have a population that is getting closer to 30 million, not too far away from 20. We're moving away from 20 now. But let me give an example. They're talking about the minimum wage. Since January this year, Lagos State has been paying over the minimum wage.
They are asking for 250.
We have been paying 77 million wage. You would also know that even if Lagos says we will pay 250, what of the private sector? The wage is not just for government officials. When you talk of minimum wage, you're talking of anybody working anywhere. This is a minimum you can pay, whether government or private. So we also work with them. And because a lot of other factors come in, we cannot just take that decision. We must flow with everybody. But I can assure you our staff have been earning, the least staff in Lagos State has been earning over 70 million. He earns 77, that is the least.
77,000 you mean?
Yes. Okay. Secondly, in Lagos State, we also introduced the work flexi mode. So they only come to work 3 days in a week. Yes, just to alleviate this. You would also recall, before now, we had started the Onjaiko, which was for the vulnerables, you know, and those who are not that buoyant. I can tell you that over 1 million households have been fed with the Onjaiko.
What is the package like? Is it like a
The package has a lot of basic amenities. We have 1 bottle of nourishment for children. We have noodles for them. A lot of things, anything you can eat. It's quite sizable.
Is it the same intervention promised by the state government, wherein he said 1,000 people will be served using the Mama Put model?
That's another one too.
Government.
We're also
but
starting
that has not been implemented.
No, we're starting that. We're starting that very soon. Lagos State is also, apart from the Onjaiko, we also have in the agric area, we're also looking at how to boost our agriculture so that we can actually feed more people. Recently, the Ministry of Agric staff plus the commissioner were in Badagry, and we discovered that Badagry actually produces very, very nourishing tomatoes that can go around the whole state. So Mr. Governor had directed that we work hand in hand with the farmers, empower them, give them capacity, how to transport into Lagos, make sure these tomatoes are well preserved, and all the things that will make everybody comfortable. So in the area of food production, I can tell you that we're doing a lot to make sure that people are comfortable, because you know that food is also security. And when people are hungry, naturally, they are angry, and we don't
I mean, in addition to what the Lagos state government has done, I think this is a good opportunity to ask. Is Mr. Governor and the administration of Babajide Sanwo-Olu thinking of one low-hanging fruit that sometimes we realize politicians don't like to talk about? The area boys. The area boys are one of the reasons why food is expensive. When you transport food from one state to the other, at different points, if a recalcitrant policemen are not collecting, the area boys are collecting. If the area boys are not collecting, the recalcitrant police are collecting. You drop your load in the market, you have to pay. You're asking yourself, what service exactly are these people offering? So at the end of the day, as a businessman, you factor all that into your cost, and it will push prices. Will the government be brave enough to address that once and for all?
Thank you. I can assure you that anything that will bring succor and better livability to the citizens, Mr. Governor is impassioned about it and is committed to doing that. It is not just in that area. Before now, you know, also we have 25% discount on all our public transport system. There's a 25% discount. And we had to talk to these so-called area boys, the good boys of Lagos State. That's how we couch them now, because the name matters. When you call them the good boys, they try to be good as well. We're also talking to them in so many other areas, even in this one you're talking about. When I was talking about the tomatoes being produced in Badagry, we're aware that even bringing them into Lagos would also face this kind of challenges. And it's part of the things we are trying to do to ensure that these people are not overburdened. Because I could call it their own taxes. These good boys you're talking about. We're also trying to ensure that we eliminate as much of their influence as possible. And that's why we hold regular meetings with the NUTRW and all their various associations to let them know that Lagos is for everybody. This is a city that there is no single Nigerian today that does not, if he has not been to Lagos, either has a relation in Lagos or he has heard about Lagos or he knows somebody going to Lagos. So we know that being this kind of city, which is a potpourri of Nigeria, we need to have policies that will make everybody comfortable. And you would agree with me that with the size and the challenges we have been able to manage. This administration has done so much for the citizens, and that's why when this came up, they were willing to listen to us, and we are still talking to them.
Speaking of what Lagos can do, there's so much more in terms of its revenue-generating capacity, you know, and other infrastructure. So we'll come to Lagos later on, but let's make progress with the conversation now. I'm coming to you now, Mr. Wahab Shitu. Speaking of you know, how this protest has panned out in terms of conduct and management by security agents. And that has come with some consequence, seen in the arrest of protesters. We've seen more than 200 arrested in Kaduna, about 50 arrested in Nasarawa, 11 or thereabout arrested in Niger State, while some may be genuinely arrested by security agents for participating in looting. We can't perhaps dismiss the possibility of protesters who have been genuinely out there to express their fundamental human rights. And we heard yesterday Mr. Inibe Effiong saying that they had to intervene to release about 15 persons. How should the state be balancing the protection of the rights of citizens who are genuinely expressing themselves, their grievances, with the responsibility of security agents to rein in on those who are fomenting trouble in the mix?
Thank you very much. I think the points have been well articulated since you started this conversation in the last 2 or 3 days. The security and welfare of the people is the primary purpose of governance. I think that is clear. We also agree that the right to protest is constitutionally recognized. But there's no right that is absolute. The right to protest must be exercised within constitutional, framework. The right to protest does not include the right to loot. It does not include the right to maim. It also does not include the right to kill. Violence, as much as possible, endangers national security, endangers lives. I'm particularly very, very sad if any life is lost. Because once life is lost, it can never be restored. And so, when we are exercising our constitutional rights, we should be mindful of the fact that our rights are precious. Public infrastructure is also precious. If you deploy violence to attack public buildings and attack infrastructure, at the end of the day, the people will also suffer. So I think what is important at this stage, the protesters have exercised their right, and they are still exercising their right. There's no Nigerian, there's no leader who will say is deaf to what is going on. We all know that there's hunger in the land. But that hunger and some other vices that have been enumerated cannot be placed at the doorstep of a particular regime, this regime, or even the federal government. I think we have three tiers of government. We have the federal, we have the states, we have the local governments. All of these tiers of government have responsibility for governance. And so we must be very careful. My own intervention is that this is now the time for us to have calm.
Okay, Senior Advocate.
Calm. Because if we take this beyond this,
all right,
it will endanger national security. It will endanger governance.
All right, let us,
yes.
We're going to come back to you on this particular one, but let's head to the field. Our correspondent is standing by in Ojota. Emmanuel, we understand you're ready for us. So just give us an update of what is happening in Ojota. please go ahead.
Okay, well, we are here at Ojota, Ganifa, Mipa. The weather is very clement, of course. The people are here now. And when we first arrived here, there were just a handful of them. But as you can see right behind me, activities have picked up in terms of the protest. And then, of course, there are different groups from the banner right there. We had before, we had the Joint Action Front, and of course, PRP, and the rest of them who have gathered here to continue now the third day protest against what they call bad hashtag Endbadgovernance in Nigeria. And so if the cameraman can just pan to some of the activities going on, apart from behind me, it just shows how gradually at this time, which is just about a few minutes past 10, about 10 o'clock in the morning, things are picking up. So it's still a long day if you go by what happened the first day, and of course yesterday being the second day. Of course, people are here, and it's expected that as it happened peacefully yesterday, and of course, day before yesterday, it will go on peacefully. This is not to say that the protest is not holding, but it's to say that Nigerians are out, though fewer than was expected at this time yesterday, but they are here again to make that strong statement that the government has to listen to them. Where we are right now, traffic is cordoned up, and I was being told earlier that they were confined within the park premises, but they declined and said that they have to be outside. And the security agencies are here, and there seems to be an understanding, a kind of understanding between the security agencies and those protesting. So right now we've not experienced any face-up. There is nothing like disagreement. The security agencies are on ground, the police, the civil defense, and even the Lagos State Neighborhood Watch are here monitoring what is happening, ensuring that just as the past 2 days have gone without any breakdown of law and order, today also would be experiencing that.
All right, Manuel, thank you so much for reporting. We'll touch base with you as soon as anything develops. Senior Advocate, in landing on your thoughts before we had to go to Emmanuel, in addition to that, we'd like you to speak to the people are saying government has heard them. They've heard the protesters. What do you think government, I know you're not in government, but what do you think or infer that government is hearing from this? Because sometimes when we hear the rhetorics, when government speaks, whether through their aides or from the presidency, we can almost deduce what they are seeing. And sometimes it feels like some are seeing it from the political angle, some are seeing it from the protesters' angle. Sometimes there's a discordance. What do you think they are hearing?
I think what government is hearing is general disenchantment of the people. People are angry. There's hunger. There's poverty. And that people are unable to see government impact in their lives generally. And when we are talking in this time, I think we should not reduce it to intervention by this government alone. This government inherited a lot of problems. We know things were bad even before this government came in. And so to place the blame entirely at the doorstep of this government would be uncharitable. And then, again, we also have to realize the fact that, this government has already put in place some policies. But these policies, in my own view, are not sufficiently communicated to the people. What is lacking is effective communication. What is the government doing? In realistic times, people must know. And if people are protesting because they are not sufficiently informed, it is now time for government to communicate and constructively engage. So if you ask me, what are the people complaining about? People are complaining about, one, hunger. All right. People are complaining about low living standards. People are also complaining about absence of jobs, and then food scarcity, rising prices of foodstuffs. And we all know this. The followership know this. The ruling elite also know this. People are also complaining because they have not seen sufficient leadership by example. For instance, if you say people must make sacrifices, at the level of the leadership too,
there should be sacrifices.
There should be sacrifices. So what the government should do now,
You can land on that point, but we need to expand.
So what the government should do now is to constructively engage with the people.
Right.
The president needs to speak. Need to speak to the people. Not only the president, and I'm happy the way government has reacted. It has shown that government is afraid of the people. Yes, that's what has played out. And it is a plus for the people when government shows that, okay, they recognize their power. So government has been engaging the people even before the protest. And this is the only government that has done that. In the past, you see some of these, ruling elite carrying on as if the people do not matter. But you see ministers coming out to engage the people, to explain policies, because before the advent of this protest. So in a way, the people have won.
All right.
But we cannot continue like this. Businesses are grounded. Movements are grounded, are stored. I imagine if they carry their protest to China, you and I will not be able to speak.
Well, we've had join
engage in
us
this conversation.
Right, we've had join us now.
The effect it's having on the economy.
Indeed. We have a chairman, House Committee on Customs and Excise, Honorable Leke Abejide, who's just joined us virtually on the program as well. Thank you for joining, Honorable Abejide. But just before I come to you, because you represent government as well in that sense, the legislature is also government in this sense. But let's go to our Abuja studio, and I will begin with Mr. Adamu. I know you followed this protest from day one, even before that, and seeing what has played out across the country. We heard the governor of Borno State speaking. They've since lifted curfew in some part. Seeing what is playing out in Lagos State, I'd like to know from a security perspective now, are you excited? What is maybe your excitement about this? Do you see opportunities here? Do you have fears as well? Maybe we should lay everything on the table so have a fuller picture of what's going on in your mind, Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Coyote. I mean, the most and important thing for me is this was avoidable. As you know, I run a firm, Beacon Security and Intelligence Limited, and we do periodic reports. Now, in December, when we released our end-of-year report, we highlighted the possibility of social upheaval as perhaps the greatest risk that Nigeria will face in 2024, and identified 3 major issues that could trigger such social upheavals. Number one is the socio-economic circumstances, the cost of living crisis that was triggered by the removal of subsidy and the flotation of the naira, and a few other government policies. Number 2 is the aftermath of the 2023 elections, the presidential, governorship, and legislative elections. The fact that a significant portion of Nigerians, including politicians, are aggrieved with the outcome of that political cycle. They felt that the judiciary did not give them the justice that they deserve, and so that was never addressed up until that period when we released that report. And then, of course, number 3 was our forte, which is security. There are several non-state actors. In fact, in some of the analysis that we did, there are more non-state actors than state actors that are operating in security. The number of weapons at the disposal of these non-state actors was more than what was in the hands of the state actors. And so and a few other factors, including geopolitical issues that had emerged, could trigger that type of social upheaval. And we did lay out components of what we felt the government can do to reduce or to address that. One significant recommendation was that at the federal level and at the state level, they should have a risk management department that would be able to identify what we call shocks and stressors that could trigger this social upheaval and manage them before they occur. So sadly, down the road, 6-7 months, we're here. And in spite of even, because apart from that December report, we kept on releasing monthly reports where we'll highlight those triggers, those shocks, those stressors that could trigger the social upheaval. Even when the Endbadgovernance 2024 protest was mentioned in social media spaces that it would happen in 1st of August. We did release reports, we did indicate, we did reach out to government officials in an attempt to highlight to them that the current environment in Nigeria is not one where such a protest would occur. The consequences on the nation would be dire. And we highlighted 4 things that we felt President Tinubu should be aware of. Number one is his position as the bastion of democracy in the country. He's played a role during the military era up until now that has given him that image as a champion of democratic tenets, and so he should protect that at all costs. Number 2 is the cost of the protest on our economy. It's been documented that daily we lose between 350 to 500 billion as a result of the ongoing protest. Our stock market has lost, if I'm right, almost about 250 billion naira on day one of the protest, and several other things that cannot even be captured. A woman whose home was raided, and her property stolen. How do you even estimate what she lost in that regard, and how do you capture that? And then, of course, number 3 is the fatality component. On day one, in my company, we documented 20 deaths. Yesterday, we documented 1 death. So at least, and these are the ones that we were able to verify. There are several others that we've not been able to verify. To give you an example, in Abuja here, we learned that, even though it's not verified, that there were deaths in at least 4 places, about four persons. We've not been able to verify that, so we didn't include it. Then we also documented over 1,000 arrests across the country. Now, those persons were arrested. Are they receiving the appropriate, judicial, options? Do they get that legal services that they require after they've been arrested? Will they be presented for, trial, or will they just be kept like the cases? So there are several other components to all of this protest that is ongoing that we're at the moment assessing, and that we constantly are advising our security managers, especially those public security managers, to take note of and ensure that this is brought to an appropriate end without all the consequences that I've mentioned. A lot of what would happen today, tomorrow, would determine those 3 or 4 things that I've mentioned. In particular, and I want to highlight this, the heart-end image of our president as a bastion of democracy.
Let's go to Honorable Leke Abejide now, who is the House Committee Chairman on Customs. Part of what the protesters are demanding is for government to address the high cost of commodities, and food is at the heart of it. The Presidential Committee on Tax Reforms had proposed the harmonization of taxes. Is that a possibility in your consideration of the many levels of recommendation of the Ife Oyedele tax reform recommendation for the multiplicity of taxes for transporters of food who are bringing food from different parts of the country to other parts where they are needed, to reduce those taxes such that in the short term, maybe long term, the price of commodities can be reduced?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Abejide.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. You are talking about issue of taxation. Am I right?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. You see, well, let me start like this. This government came in at a very critical period of time. As at the time this government took off, you know what happened in this country? Maybe our people forget so soon. There was no naira. You forgot the CBN policy that this government made on ground. Let me keep that one aside. Maybe during our conversation, we'll go through that. The issue of taxation, government is trying to do something by giving 0% duty to food item to be imported for a period of 150 days. The Comptroller General of Nigeria Custom, Bashir Adewale, said this a few days ago. And this is not a policy that will start having effect immediately. You have to give it time. We say 150 days. This will start working. This government is just 13 months old. Most of the policies that are being implemented have not even started yielding any results. And somebody now came out and said, bad governance. In fact, that thing is surprising me when you judge a government that is just 13 months old as if it has spent 8 years in government. And those are the items the people are asking for: food to be reduced, and they are taking steps. They are talking about the issue of electricity tariff that was 268 naira per kilowatt. Go and check. It's because the government is not talking very well. It is now 68 naira. When I was addressing the press conference a few days ago, I mentioned it to the journalists. I didn't see it in any of the headlines that the tariff of electricity is now 68. They even argued with me that it's never possible. I gave money to one of the journalists to buy AEDC unit in my presence there, and she confirmed to me, it's a lady, that is correct. But nobody knows this. Government is not saying it. Just recently, the Education Trust Fund was launched, whereby vulnerable children of the poor will be able to access education easily. During our own time, there was nothing like that. I struggle myself to pay my own wife fees.
Honorable, if
maybe
I
some of these youth now in the country, they are looking like people like us as people who have opportunities very easy.
Honorable,
I struggle to train myself.
Yes. If I may come in there, the reduction of tariff on importation of food is only going to last 150 to 80 days, according to the government. I want you to address the issue of the multiplicity of taxes on transportation of food from particularly the north to different parts of the country. Is the federal government going to consider it as an immediate response to some of the demands of the protesters, which is high cost of food? That's in the long term, particularly because the country does have a huge capacity for agricultural production. So will that be on the table?
That government should look into that. In Ninth Assembly, I came up with a motion on this multiplicity of taxes, especially on the road. Any state you get to, you will see them stopping you. They want to collect taxes on the same item that somebody is going to buy, is going to a final consumer. I brought out the motion to go against it, but I was told that it is a local government team that is not under the purview of the National Assembly to do that. And we advise that the president should look into this. We should change that law and make sure that once you are taxed in a particular, especially on food items, should be even considered with zero taxation so that people can get this food very cheap. I agree with you. There are a multiplicity of taxes on these food items. Not only food items, any item you are carrying from the north to the south or from the south to the north, they pay a lot of taxes along the road. And at the end of the day, when you get to your destination you want to sell, you have to calculate all the money you have expended and put it on the item you want to sell. Be it food, be it other items that you use at home. So I agree with you. Presidents should look into this and take it as a matter of urgency.
All right, Honorable Abejide, let's get back to Abuja City and speak to Mr. Ode, who is the Country Director, Accountability Lab Nigeria. And my question is your characterization of the protest 3 days down and what government can trade off. Because there is still this back and forth conversation. What do they want? Who are their representatives? We're doing the best we can, but these people want to see something done. What's your characterization of what is happening and what can government trade off just to pacify these people, perhaps to stop them from going ahead up to 10 days?
Well, thank you very much, and good morning to Nigerians once again. My characterization would be that, just a couple of days ago, I was speaking with somebody and the conversation goes thus. Government has power and people have rights, and people are trying to establish their rights, which is the fundamental human rights on protest. And this is what we're seeing now. When we have elections, we empower people to get into office, and that means government gets the power to do what they want. But now, protest is a point of the power of the people, which we are seeing that power shift from rights to power of the people. And they are exhibiting this power, which now becomes a concern for the government at the points. Seeing that people are speaking out, people are holding them accountable, people are making demands. On a normal day, if you write like an FOI, Freedom of Information request to a couple of government agencies, ministries, departments, you basically don't even get a response as governance will allow. But I mean, we want a government that is responsive. Now people are coming out with their demands, 10 for 10, faceless or faces. We can't even say. But at the moment, I think what can even pacify the people is to see that the cost of governance is being cut down. We're talking about hunger. We're even talking about the issue of healthcare in primary healthcare centers where people at the communities are not even able to access drugs. They're not even able to access quality services. We're talking about infrastructures. But we've seen just recently to see that even the government are making amends to some of these demands. Just yesterday, the Ministry of Information posted on their website grants they are giving to things the government is doing, talking about grants, credit schemes, and all of that. But I mean, what we have seen in recent times is government making these facelifts, just like putting face masks, to create an illusion of progress, which we don't even see that as progress. This is going to last for just a couple of months, like the Honorable mentioned, for 150 days. What happens after 150 days is the questions which we'll pose to you as short-term plans, which is good. But I mean, how do we begin to create a long-lasting solution? We've had a lot of conversation, which has happened in the past 3 days, on we've had just 1 year in office and all of that. But I mean, we understand the problems which have come from the past governments, from even previous governments. We've had 16 years of PDP and all sorts. But now we have a leader who we want to be responsible. The first thing of governance, which we also deem as accountability, is to ensure people that are responsible to take the responsibility of office. The fact that you have a honorable, a legislator, a minister, or even the president, the point is you have to be responsible to the situation on ground, to the problems, and address the problems accordingly. But yes, to pacify the citizens, one of the things or two things I would just look at is, first of all, the luxurious and exorbitant cost of governance. We've seen, just in Abuja, we have different ministers, government agents, government DGs, and all of that. In Abuja, just in Abuja roads, driving luxury cars and convoys of over 10 cars, which you also fuel and fund with the government's funds. And people look at those things and see that even in this kind of times, you even just listen to the people and take those actions to see that you're even cutting the cost of saying we're going to take this action. Secondly, you look at procurement costs, which we have, the EFCC chairman in his speech during when he was with the Senate, he mentioned that 2.9 trillion has been lost to corruption. A couple of years ago, the ICPC report talks about 60% of procurement fraud. 60% of Nigerian budget is lost to procurement fraud. I mean, these are things we can do to show that even procurements made in public service are focused on people's demands, are focused on people's voices and what we want to serve us. It's not procurement that serves people in political office holders or political allies and all of that, but people are now coming out to say we are hungry. These are things that shows that you are going to make demands to say. Our colleagues in Lagos, Sarah, also mentioned, I think last year or early this year, 3 billion naira has been designated by the National Assembly for their park, their car park in National Assembly. These are things you can come out to the public and say we are cutting all of these costs, not even cutting your salaries to say 50%, because we don't find that as useful to the society, but cutting those costs which are exorbitant, which are luxurious, around cars, refreshments, and whatnot, will make people understand that you are making commitment to addressing their needs. Not commitment to say we're giving credit schemes, grants to students, or young people 110 billion naira. But we are also looking at the governments also making commitments from their own end at the high level, at the high places where they sit, to say we are making our cuts in this kind of cost that accrues to them in public office. Thank you.
I'd like to speak to some of what you raised and asked Honorable Abejide. You know, when you say that it's just over a year that the government has been in power, and, you know, to some people that may appear insensitive to their plight, considering the nature of the economy of people in this country. For instance, it wasn't up to a year when the news broke that the National Assembly were going to receive 70 billion naira. It was published in July last year from including the House of Reps. I think they said at that time there was to ease the members who are just coming in, to help them settle in. I think it had to do with that 819 billion naira supplementary budget that the president has sent to the House. So when you say that, and then the members also got funds for vehicles, so all of those in context, and you say it's not up to a year. So how do you reconcile all of that?
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, though I can't see you anyway. You said the House got 70 million naira, and it's not up to a year to settle down. Well, I'm a member of House of Representatives. I didn't get that. And the only thing I know that government did for us is the issue of palliative by giving awards of 100 million naira for you to get grains across to your constituents, which I believe most of our colleagues had done. In fact, nearly all, I believe. Though some contractors, as we speak, are yet to assess their fund, but the items have been supplied. And the constituent, they got it. I don't think there's anything that is coming to us in the National Assembly, giving to us because you want to even be popular in your domain. If you don't do it, then you are only killing yourself for the next day. What I'm saying is that there are policies that are coming out from this government that is futuristic in nature. For example, this issue of student loan, you are helping them for their future, and it's just starting now. Before you can see the impact, it may take maybe 1 or 2 years.
Did you tell that to your constituency?
Come again?
Is that what you told your constituency?
That
they should wait 2 years before the project comes to fruition.
I'm not saying my constituents, they know they are feeling my impact. It's not today. That's why you see me coming back all the time. Because
if they can feel your impact,
policies need time.
So they felt your impact before 1 year?
Come again?
Did they feel your impact before 1 year?
It was up to a year before. The impact was not that felt in my first year. It was my second year that the impact, second and third year, that the impact was well felt.
So you did nothing for them in that first year?
Come again?
You didn't do anything for them in that first year?
But I did. But let me tell you, do you want to say this government has not done anything in this 1 year?
I'm asking about your constituency, Honorable Abejide, your constituency.
My own constituency, yes, I was doing, but it was not felt like the second and the third year. I'm on air and they are hearing me this. I can't lie. So because I need time to settle down, when I came in newly, it took me time to learn, almost a year. And then the second year, they started feeling my part. The third year and the fourth year, it went full blasting. So that's what I'm telling you, that in this time, we should give this government time. I know this president is feeling the pain as he should do everything for you to start seeing the impact.
Did he tell you that?
Time to manifest some of the things they are sowing and some of the seed they are sowing.
Well,
now, I just told you, when they cry about this electricity tariff. Even we, in the National Assembly, we cry about it, we condemn it. The government reverted it to 68 naira. Go and check, it's 68 naira now per kilowatt.
Okay, so when you say, I hope you can hear me though. When you say these things,
this is what they have done. People are not feeling the bad. Somebody told me, the person was complaining to me bitterly that he's paying so much high, and I said, no, it cannot be true. He said it's true. I said, okay, please buy in my present now. And the person bought, and it was 68 naira.
Well, you know what, Robert, the president himself, because you come across as though you're making excuses for the president, who himself has told the country several times, listen, I'm not asking for anybody's pity. I sought for this job. So whatever comes at me, yes, he doesn't mind all of those things. So how do you then place these excuses that you're making on his behalf?
No, I'm not making any excuses.
You're asking us to wait for more than a year.
I agree there's a problem, that we have challenges. Even the president himself acknowledged that we have challenges right now. And that is why you see, it is not even right to import food at 0%. To even import it is not even good for the country. But because of the urgency of the moment, the government has to go into that by even taking it to 0%, no duty. You just bring it in to come and crash the food prices in the country.
Okay.
It's not right.
Gentlemen,
but that is the level of how the president feels the impact. I'm not making any excuses for him.
Okay, Honorable, if I may come in, you know, let's us even bring the conversation back to what it is that people are asking for, which is cutting the cost of governance. Mr. Ode did make reference to quite a number of things, you know, things that people see. We have been told that these are difficult times. Even government has asked the people to bear with them, etc., etc. Would you say that from what you have seen so far, even from ministers, I mean, there was criticism for members of the National Assembly and their vehicles, and then they too, in turn, pointed accusing fingers at the convoy of ministers and their own vehicles, etc. Would you say that we have seen any indication, because, you know, what people see is what they know, that indeed government officials are also cutting costs in accordance with what they're asking people to do?
I can talk of that of the National Assembly, that we cut our salary by 50%. And we said the ministers, the president, vice president, as all the executives, DG parastatals to do the same. To me, it's only I can only see that one in the National Assembly. It has not been done by the executives, which we need to do at this time.
Mr. Abuja, a lot of people have said that the problem is not with the salaries. A lot of the problems are with the allowances.
Yes, whatever the allowances is, it should be also because.
And then also the vehicles, for instance. I mean, the fact that our consumption of vehicles is not even pointing towards production in-house. It's about importing, which is putting further strain on our dollar. I mean, are we having these conversations as to how our habits and consumption patterns are also affecting what is happening in the economy?
Let me come to the issue of vehicles. This vehicle you are talking about is for us to use for 4 years. It's not every year we're buying vehicles. And again, let me tell you, you come to National Assembly to come and check where are the Prados. Most of the members of National Assembly, instead of the vehicle, they took the money and went home to do empowerment for their own people. If you see the vehicles some of the members are using, you cannot believe they are members of National Assembly. Except you are doing your own business, you are doing your own business before coming in, and you have your business going for you. To even survive as a member of House of Rep is so tough. So to me, I see us sacrificing a lot, but people are not seeing it. And that is the pain that I'm having.
Honorable Abuja, you weren't just elected, you weren't just, if I may,
fair.
I think your point is made about the National Assembly. I think it's up to the Nigerian people for them to say whether the National Assembly has, shown enough in terms of how it's tightened its own belt. However, the primary reason why we also have a National Assembly is oversight. Oversighting other government agencies to ensure that they are spending within the purse and that, what it is that they are actually spending is what should be on relevant things that matter, things of priority. If, for instance, ministers are coming to public hearings in 3-4 vehicles, for instance, or we're looking just right here in the city of Abuja and we're still saying, convoys, very lengthy convoys, all of this powered with petrol, which is being sold at over 600 naira. And it is the Nigerian people who are paying for these things. Doesn't the National Assembly have a duty to raise some of these things and call people to order?
Yes, I believe we have that. We need to do that. And that now, because of what is happening, coming with the next budget, people's attention will be the issue of bringing so many vehicles. I remember in the 9th Assembly, whereby the former president, asked the agencies not to bring any request of vehicles to National Assembly and ordered Nigeria Customs Service to be giving them vehicles. And there was one agency that came with a vehicle that they want to buy. We rejected it. I think that's what we should be doing now. So if it has come to this level, then we have to take decision and make sure we reduce the cover. As you have rightly put it, one minister is having up to 4, 5, 6 vehicles in a convoy, and they are expensive, exotic vehicles. So I agree with you on this. To cut the cost of governance is imperative at this moment.
Well, let's come back to the studios. This is where we currently are. We're still trying to get a very clear picture of what is happening. Of course, we know in Lagos, the protests have continued at the Ojota area. In Port Harcourt, it's continuing. But let me come to you, Mr. Kabiru. We do know that, some of the demands that have now been made are not the kinds of demands that, can just be done with a wave or answered with a wave of a hand. How do you think that this conversation can be taken forward in such a way that the import of what it is that protesters are asking for is not lost on those of whom they are asking them?
Validation, for one. I worry by reactions like the honorable reaction, which unfortunately is what cuts across most government officials. Let's start with validating the request or the requirement by the protesters. Food is not affordable. This is a fact for most Nigerians. If you look at the last figure given by Bureau of Statistics, which indicated the poverty level across the states, the northern states have higher, mostly, poverty levels. And it's not surprising that the reaction to the protests and the violence that we've seen are higher in those northern states. Food security should be paramount, and the government needs to admit, and invariably, apart from the narrative that it's been put out there, it has admitted. Because I remember last year, sometime maybe around August, around this time last year, the government did put food security in the purview of the National Security Council. A policy statement did come out. But sadly,
food security.
Sadly, it stopped at that statement.
Any reason why?
I wish I knew. I'll give you an indication. As far as I know, within the 1 or 13 months that this current administration has been in power, this National Security Council has sat only once. Wow. So even if food security is part of the mandate of the National Security Council, it cannot exercise that mandate because it's not sitting. So these are some of the realities that need to be addressed. If we do not provide the right environment for Nigerians to produce food, food can never be cost. The cost of food can never be lowered. Temporary measures like reducing taxation on the importation of food, they're not permanent measures. The current global circumstances even makes that almost impossible. to achieve. Food inflation is virtually everywhere in the world. So even if you import the food from other parts of the world, the landing cost is not likely to be affordable to the average Nigerian. What we need to do is to address the reasons why food is expensive. One of the reasons is security. Farmers can't go to farm across Nigeria. Like I said, we document this. In the northwest of the country and north central, and in fact even the northeast, where food production is highest in Nigeria, most farmers cannot access their farms as at today. Some have to pay levies to non-state actors to access their farm. They have to pay levies to tilt. They have to pay levies to harvest. This is documented.
So since they are documented, why do you think that in spite of all of this, it doesn't appear as though somebody is reading with the intention to act upon those things?
I think a lot has been given to Mr. President. So much has happened within this year. You remember, and I must commend Mr. President for institutionalizing Executive Order 13 on performance measurement, which was started by President Buhari. He signed a performance bond with his ministers. Now, as far as I know, there has been a measurement of the performance of those ministers. The onus is on Mr. President to act on what was given to him. Those ministers that have not performed, because there were key indicators. And the beauty of it is that there were three components to that. The ministers did, give in their own, idea of how they performed. You and I as Nigerians, the CDCU did set up an app where you and I as Nigerians can go. And then, of course, the last was sector experts who contributed to it. So all of that was synthesized, and it gave an indication of the performance of each ministry. So the Mr. President has at his disposal at the moment what ministries performed well and which ones didn't perform well, and he needs to act on it. But, I mean, a lot have been said in the last minutes to show clearly that Nigerians are aggrieved. Let's validate that grievance.
Mr. Ode, I don't know what you think of, because I've heard people saying that, well, review of performance of probably administrations could be halfway in the tenure, and that it might be too early to call for all of those review. Is it cast in stone in terms of how persons should respond to this? I imagine that, look, government has, or if they don't, they have facility, or let me use the word capacity, to gather tons of information about different things that several citizens can't have access to. So for all of this complaint to get to a head now, they will certainly have had a lot of information about what people might be saying. So whether or not they act on it and the kind of result you get is what baffles a lot of people. So in terms of what they've done so far, either by reviewing the cabinet, ensuring that we address concerns before it gets to this stage, why are you surprised at how this has panned out?
I think I'll say I'm not surprised. Just to start with, we can look back to the Ministry of Humanitarian and what has happened in the past year and what has come out from that ministry. I think we've seen situations that happened with the cash transfer programs, the school programs. Even now we're having to dish out cash and credit schemes. But if you look at what has happened again at that ministry, there was no impact. A couple of people had impact reports which was put out there for the government to even read and review, to know what the process or what has come out of all of these programs you have designed. So you have different government agencies designing different programs, but no impact reports, which informs them to see if we're going ahead. So for me, I think I'm not surprised. Secondly, you look at the situation of corruption, which I think the previous section talked about that in bits. But if you look at what has happened with our budgeting process, the fiscal transparency process looks at budgeting. In the last administration, World Bank had funded the SIFTAS program, the State's Transparency Fiscal, all of that, which gives state governors a bit of money when they meet some performance indicators. So you tick the box. Well, you found out most of the governors were out for developing procurement policies, citizens' budgets, which doesn't really contribute to the situation, but we are doing this to get the money. So all of this has happened in the past to see that impact reports are there, but how do we move on from impact reports to actually addressing the concerns of the people? So you look at the national budget, year in, year out, you have frivolous items being fit into the budget. We move from there to the procurement processes. people are interested to see that political allies make money from government. So you find out people insert all sorts of things in different agencies. We had this report which looks at Smedan, constructing road, and all of that fancy stuff, which is good, by the way. But I mean, you look from that to the procurement process, and people find ways to find that their political allies make money from the government, not necessarily putting the people into perspective. Then if you look at the third process, which goes to the audit, you audit all of this process and see that report is being produced. Nobody even attends to the mismanagement of funds. Nobody attends to the corruption, which is being presented to the
lack of accountability.
Yes, 100% lack of accountability. So for me, I just look at these things that I'm not surprised, because over the years, we've had all of these challenges, which prioritizes political office holders and their allies to enjoy the benefits of governance, which now people are saying this bad governance is not too hard to define, which I feel. It's not too hard to define what this means in terms of you are there to serve the people. It's called democracy in the instance of for the people, by the people, of the people. But the people are now coming out to tell you that this is not good for us. Then you have to listen to them as the people you serve, not fighting back or pushing back on some of these issues, but trying to address some of these concerns which have been put there. So for me, I think I'm not surprised, but because all the stories from past, we've not seen like quick actions being taken to address short-term, long-term, medium-term impact.
Mr. OJ, let me come in now and bring it to our Lagos studio, and let's speak with the Secretary to the Lagos State Government, Ms. Oluwandeni. I see you've been taking notes, a lot of notes. So I think it's important for us to take a peek into some of those points you're making, because one, it's been said that the government needs to acknowledge and show the people that, oh, we understand what you're going through, not as though, oh, there's no hunger, we are working, don't worry, you see this thing. So let's speak to the Lagos State government model, for example, and it's commendable that we have the Lagos State government coming out to speak, and this is what we expect to see across states, local governments, and the rest. So what is in your notes that you want people to know? Fine, they may not be feeling it, but what are those things? Because I know you've been writing. I can confirm that she has been writing all this while. So maybe it's important to communicate those things to the people, even if they don't feel them. They have a sense that government has acknowledged and you're doing something.
Thank you very much. Well, I'd like to say that in Lagos State, the administration has intentionally and conscientiously built its economy around ensuring that we give better livability to the citizenry. Mr. Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu has, in the area of agriculture, he has invested so much huge resources into building capacity in agriculture, into ensuring that we have enough food at least. I spoke about the tomato farms we just discovered in Badagry recently. Don't forget, we also have the rice mill in Imota, which is the largest in Africa. When it is completed, it will engage at least 250,000 youths.
How soon will it be completed?
That should be any time from now, because we started doing some on small scale.
I hope it won't be like the refinery.
No, it's not going to be.
Where we keep shifting dates. Last year.
No. That's why we're not giving you date. You know, Lagos will not say it when they're not ready. And you would also realize that apart from the Onje code that I mentioned, which is for the vulnerables, it was an immediate relief. We also have a midterm relief where in every local government, every LCDA, we have markets, Sunday markets, that the government has paid 25% discount. We've discounted it by 25%. But the rule is you cannot buy more than a particular amount so that it can go round. Because we also discover, it's really sad, that while we are trying to make life comfortable for our citizens, the same citizens are not making life comfortable for some of us too, because I'm also a citizen. Instead of buying a particular, the ones they need, they also want to buy a lot and then go back and sell at a higher price.
So you capped it?
So, yes, so we capped it.
So is that market available tomorrow?
Yes, every Sunday. We are continuing.
What are those areas that people can...
Okay, I can talk about Igondo, where I come from. You know, I'm an Awori person. We have in Igondo. But you know that of Mushi, every Sunday. But this is the logistics we're trying to work out, because you have to be strategic. It's not just having a policy. You must be sure that the policy actually gets to the grassroots. Right. One of the notes I took that you write about is that a lot of what we're doing actually are not in the public domain. I agree with you, absolutely. Some don't even know about the Sunday markets. Only very few people know. Some don't even know we have a rice mill. Some don't even know that in about 2 months ago, we launched about 15 ferries so that people from the water side can be able to commute into the, commute with the city if they are working here, so that we can reduce, I'm sorry.
Bless you, yeah.
I have a bit of a cold.
It's okay. You can take your time. Maybe we'll come to Mr. Shitu.
Yes.
Or are you okay to continue?
So, you know,
let's come to Mr. Shitu.
It's okay. You can just clear your throat there.
just apologize.
Mr. Shitu, yes, you will.
Mr. Shitu, let's come to you for a moment. The issue of, do you also think that what is going on with this government is what I classify as pre-election rhetorics? When politicians come with loads of promises and raise optimism and hope, at the end of the day, it appears like people are not cautious with this optimism and they expect these things will happen. So is it one of the reasons why we're here, and how can that be corrected?
Well, I think my own perspective is that this government, the Tinubu administration, led by Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, ought to be given the benefit of the doubt. And I'm saying this not to patronize the administration, but in the light of his track records. When somebody is making promises, you ask yourself, where is this person coming from? You all agree, you live in Lagos, and you know what the Tinubu impact in the Lagos State administration. And when we talk of Lagos State, this is a state that is a model to all other states of the federation. So if we are saying give Tinubu the benefit of doubt, we are saying that in relation to his track records before, what he has done and what he is capable of doing. I seem to be convinced that if given more time not in terms of 2 years, more times in terms, maybe just 1 year. The man has been rolling out policies. And these policies will take some time to also mature. And I think it is important that we allow the government to walk the talk. Having said that, I also must also tell the Tinubu administration that Nigerians have suffered enough. They have suffered by previous misrule. The reality that Tinubu must know is that Nigerians are hungry and angry. And so all these protestations that you see, they are not fabricated. They are the real issues. But we must also take into cognizance the fact that not all those who are calling for this protest actually mean well for Nigeria. There are elements who are aggrieved as a result of the fact that they lost elections. There are elements who are calling for war. We have terrorists who can take advantage of what is going on here. And then we can only have a country, it's only when we have a country that we can speak of development. I'm particularly disturbed that a lot of lives have been lost and endangered. It worries me. And I'm also disturbed by the fact that these protests, who are the leaders? Who are those that we can, what are the issues? Some of these issues, some of us imagine some of these issues. And then, how many of those who are actually calling for this mayhem are leading the protest?
Okay, let's break some things down. Mayhem or protest. What we've seen consistently is people calling for end to bad governance, a protest. I have not seen anybody calling for mayhem. If you have, absolutely, let's have them. So it's important to break these things down. They are the protesters. Perhaps there are people who are trying to foment trouble, which have not come out with their demands. I think it would be great to have.
Let me cut you.
I just wanted to put those things on the table. So
there are
don't
people
paint
who
them
are
with the wrong
genuinely
brush.
protesting because of some of these issues we have identified. Hunger, poverty, lack of jobs, and all that. And excruciating, living standards in terms of cost of living. You go to the market, you know that prices have skyrocketed.
So are they the ones calling for mayhem as well?
Those ones are not calling for mayhem.
Okay, just to be clear,
those
there are
ones are
people
not
calling for mayhem. So who are the people calling for mayhem?
Miss Christ, elements who are taking advantage of this.
Senior advocate.
No, please let me be very, very clear.
No, senior advocate, so that you can learn properly. Okay. I think the debate we're having here is about characterization. Yes. So if you hear the police and you hear the army, they identify everybody, but the optics in terms of the loudness, the volume of who they are speaking to seems to be more on this unnamed aggressor. The fear with the declaration of a red alert is the fact that because that is amplified, it can be used as one brush to paint even innocent people. That is what we want you to speak to.
Yeah, well, I think when people air their grievances through peaceful protest, it's legitimate in a democracy. And the people should be allowed to speak. When you don't even allow people to speak out their grievances, you are endangered. When people speak, the feedback, the response should be to listen. And then constructively engage the issues they raise. I'm not against that. I'll be the first to say that I will attack anybody who is saying Nigerians don't have rights to protest. And central to democratic governance is the right of people to express their grievances. As a matter of fact, our leaders are not supposed to be leaders. They are supposed to be our servants. There should be some measure of accessibility. We should be able to communicate and reach out to them. This is what we want. But what I'm saying is that in airing these grievances, we must do it peacefully. And then when there is need for ceasefire, and I think it's appropriate to call for that now, all of us seated here know that no meaningful development can take place in an atmosphere of insecurity.
And the protesters themselves reserve the right to decide whether they want to call for ceasefire, end the protest, or to continue with the protest. I think that's established.
I agree.
But where we move from here, where we go from here is also absolutely important. Speaking of which, whether the message is lost on who should act, speaking of which, the executive and the legislature or not. You said that the president has heard the protesters, but hearing is different from acceding to their demands or meeting them halfway. We've heard Honorable Leke Abejide speak earlier on, and he has, agreed with some of the points raised about the need for the reduction in the cost of governance. The question is the president going to be willing to take action as the number one man who holds the seat of power, to make some of those difficult decisions, reduce the number of cabinet members, for instance, reduction in the cost of governance, scrapping of the Senate, for instance? Will the president be willing to make those difficult decisions?
I think the president should be ready to accede to realistic demands. Practicable demands.
What, in your own view, is realistic amongst this list?
Among this list, you can't say they should scrap the legislature. I don't know. You understand me? Because these are created. They are creations of the Constitution.
That's the collapse one for the other.
Yes.
The House of Reps and maybe the Senate.
Except you want to amend the Constitution. You understand what I'm saying? The president came in by virtue of a constitutional framework. He has to work within that constitutional framework. But government can take steps to reduce hunger in the land. They can reduce prices of goods through proactive policies. Government should be able to, if you are saying, okay, people should make sacrifices, there's no way you can compare the masses with those who are in government. But those who are in government get most of those things free of charge.
All right.
You understand me? But
people
are suffering. And that is the reality. Yeah. And I think this government is, the president is listening to them and is willing to act.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, my advocacy is that we should allow the president to act.
All right. Well, just hold your thought there. Yes. We'll give you time to land on it, but we must take a very quick break now and we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us. Our coverage of the August protests continue in just a moment.
call you Mama Dugu. Yes, now, because they know I always express love to them.
Keep expressing love with Indomie flavors.
All right, welcome to our continued coverage of the Endbadgovernance protests. We're on the streets and right here in the studio where we have a full panel just to give you all of the angles from government to legal angle, different arms of government, I should say, civil society, security, and the rest, just to ensure that you do not miss any bit. We still have Honorable Leke Abejide as well. He's from the legislative arm of government, so you know that this is well-rounded. But just before I come to you, Honorable, quite a lot of things for you to respond to. But let's allow Ms. Salo and then land on the thoughts you were making. By the way, someone just put out a tweet, when you were talking about the good boys, no more area boys. It's quite interesting to hear that the Lagos State government has changed nomenclature. So I'm putting this out there for people. We call them good boys now. Whether or not they act in that way is another thing. But this person said, please tell the SSG, those area boys collecting tax in the market do so on behalf of the government, the state, and there are so many sectors. So that's the point that was being made. So I know Mr. Wahab wants to land on his thoughts, but I know that you're ready to land on your earlier thought. So you can land on that and respond to what this person said as well.
Okay, I was talking about the policies and what we've done in the area of agriculture. I decided to emphasize on that because I know that the major things they are talking about is food, security, and employment. So I said, okay, let's look at the areas that are really relevant. And I just told you that in agriculture, the government is doing so much. I told you about the tomato, the rice mill. I also told you about the Onjeko, the discounted markets that we have, and the administration's solid intention to ensure that we're able to feed ourselves in Lagos. I would now come, because closely related to agriculture is transportation, you know that. I would have taken it from our own Themes Plus developmental agenda, but I just want to answer what I'm being asked here. In the transportation area, we realize that Lagos really has a lot of traffic problems, and that's why we decided to veer off the land transportation. We now have good water transportation. Just 2 months ago, thereabout, Mr. Governor launched 15 ferries. The interesting thing about these ferries, we already have all the jetties, is the fact that these ferries are locally built and assembled here in Nigeria. So it was a good opportunity to give jobs to our own youth, and they're going to be serviced and managed here. And they're all working very well between the riverine areas and Lagos. So people live there and they just come to work now. There's safety and they have good monitoring system there. That's about the ferries. I also would like you to know that in the area of land transportation, last week, we signed a deal with the CIG Motors for 2,000 vehicles that will be released again for like ride for commercial purposes, just to ease transportation. And don't forget our blue line rail, the red line, and we still have the purple and the orange coming up. The blue line goes from Lagos to Mile 2. It's so beautiful that when you take the blue line in Marina and you're going to Mile 2, it takes you just 19 minutes. As against the 3 hours or 4 hours before now. The red line goes through to Agbado and links a bit of Ogun State, so that our farmers from Ogun State too can have ease of transportation and some people living there and all that. The purple line will be going through Alimosho and that. We all have them mapped out. This is just to ensure that transportation is eased out, because we do know that with transportation easing out, there'll be ease of business, and that increases our economy. Now, apart from that, I was talking about health. We have Ilera Eco. Ilera Eco is an insurance scheme. You just pay between 8,000 and 80,000 depending on the size of the family or what you want. And the beauty of that is you are not even we are not insisting you pay it at once. You just pay weekly. So it's like you don't feel it.
Right.
Yet you can enjoy medical facilities.
Apparently there's a lot going on, but that means communication is something we need to close that gap. So, and how effective it is. Lagos is like a small country, not a small country, a big country. 20 million people.
We're over 20. We're nearer 30 now than closer to.
Well, we need to do the census first. And you know that very well because you worked with the NPC.
Let's get to this, Abejide, the Honorable. I'm sure you have responses to some of the things you've heard, but in addition to that, it feels like it will not be out of place to blame the legislature for the failure that may come from the executive. The reason is simple. You have an oversight responsibility. So if you oversight effectively, then we have an effective executive. Do you agree to that?
Thank you. Let me start by telling the people that are calling for the scrapping of the legislature. What is the difference between military junta and a democracy? It's the National Assembly. So once the National Assembly is not there, then you are back to military era.
No, Honorable, nobody is saying scrap. No, Honorable, we said take out the Senate, leave the House of Reps. So it's not the scrapping of the legislature. So let's put the context right.
Well, maybe they have done their own research and knows that maybe Senate is not useful to them, but that is not the correct thing. This you have to check very well before you even talk. Most of them, they just talk. They talk without proper, scientific check. So if Senate is not that important, it will not be there in the Constitution. That is one side. Well, on the issue of oversight, I think we are doing our own best. We are oversighting the executive. As I'm telling you now, we are already, in my own committee, we are already preparing how to go around all custom formations. And this time, we are starting with the border stations. Because of this proliferation of arms coming through the borders, we want to know whether the borders are really well known, organized or arranged. Because in some areas, from what I'm hearing, there is no even border between Nigeria and the other country. It's just a line. They say this is Niger, this is Nigeria. So there is no proper demarcation. So these are the areas I think we need to do more on oversight so that whatever we approve for the executives, we make sure we check them and they are properly utilized. I agree with you, more oversight needs to be done so that our people can benefit from all this money going out to the executives. I agree on that one.
All right, we'll come back to you on particularly on oversight as it has to do with, checking corruption in agencies. But let's take a break now and head on to Abuja, to be precise, where our correspondent Dele Omoyeni is set to bring us up to speed with the protests there. Hello, Dele.
Morning, Bukola.
Yes, go ahead.
All right, we're here at the MKO Abiola Stadium, where, of course, the protesters have been restricted. And, of course, we went around this morning. We went to the Unity Fountain and the Eagle Square. Of course, what we saw there was a total silence. The entire nation's capital, especially the 3-arm zone, is very quiet. But one of the things that we noticed was that the cordon off of the National Assembly, which is opposite the Eagle Square, was done strictly by military officers. Military officers, unlike the last 2 days where you had a combined team of the police, the army, the civil defense, and all other security agencies. Now the National Assembly is strictly cordoned off by officers and men of the Nigerian army. When we left the 3-arm zone and went towards the Unity Fountain, we also found out that there was a truck of policemen parked just right in front of the entrance into the Unity Fountain, and there were a lot of security agents inside the Unity Fountain. So that entire place was also cordoned off by security agencies. So we came back here to the MKO Abiola Stadium, and of course you could see the protesters right behind me here. There's also a heavy presence of security agencies, a combined team of security agencies right here at the stadium. We have policemen, we have the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, we have the Nigerian Army, we have even the Nigerian Immigration Service as well here in front of the MKO Abiola Stadium. But Bukola, right in front of me, you see two documents, two papers, the list of demands of the protesters. Of course, the first one is a list of demands, this smaller one, but this second one is a list of people they believe are responsible for what is happening in Nigeria. But of course, this list of demands has an exhaustive list of some of the things that we've heard before. But one thing that stands out for me is that the protesters are saying that governors, especially, well, of course, the new minimum wage assigned into law by the president must be implemented across board at all levels of government. But that they're hearing that some governors are saying if they are to implement this new minimum wage, they will have to retrench workers. And they're saying, no, that is not acceptable. Because right now, currently, there are lots of young people on the streets who do not have jobs. So the state governments are saying for them to implement the new minimum wage, they have to retrench workers. That is not acceptable to them. Of course, behind this longer list is a list of people that the protesters believe are responsible for the current quagmire in the nation. There are about 22 names there. Perhaps I can read out the first 10 names to you on that list. Of course, on top of that list, Bukola, is the President and Commander-in-Chief, President Bola Tinubu. You have the leaders of the National Assembly, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas. You have the CBN Governor, Yemi Karusu. You have the IGP of Police. You have the Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. You have the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of the Nigerian Navy, the Controller General of Customs, and of course, you have judges. And finally, making the top 10 in that list is the Chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Mahmood Yakubu Bukola.
Yeah, Dele, apparently the protesters are getting more explicit in their demands. But what are you observing in terms of numbers, the outcome of protesters today as against what we saw yesterday and on day one?
It's very light here. I can tell you that, Bukola, it's very, very light. Of course, around town, because of the apparent show of force, like I said to you, when we got to the 3 arms zone in front of the Eagle Square, the detachment of security agencies, cordoning of the National Assembly are strictly officers and men of the Nigerian. You can't find civil defense corps officers there. There's an armored tank there, and they've cordoned off that entire area. So there's a sense of perhaps apprehension from protesters. So they are not going to those areas. But of course, even here at the MKO Abiola Stadium, where they've been restricted to, there are not so many of them coming out this particular morning. But of course, it's all quiet in most parts of the city center, Bukola.
Just a quick one, Dele. Looks like the military is now involved in this, as the Chief of Defense Staff had said yesterday. So we wait to see what will play out regarding security. But is this the group now? I know people have said it doesn't really matter, but maybe on the pamphlet, is there a name of the group? Is it a Take It Back movement or just a group? As you've said, there's a new demand now that governors must pay the minimum wage and not retrench workers. So is this a new group entirely, or just individuals doing their thing? Dele, have you been able to gather if this group or these groups have a name, maybe a leader or nomenclature of sorts?
Okay, Coyote, one thing I can tell you is, okay, before I come to the issue of the protesters, yes, like you did say when you first started, the military is now fully involved. Of course, you would remember that when the Chief of Defense Staff briefed yesterday, and after following his briefing, our correspondent, Lucky Isaode, did ask him a question. And to that question, he responded that the military is fully on standby to respond in case of any issues. So, of course, it's not surprising that it's the Nigerian Army that's now cordoning off the most sensitive infrastructure in the heart of Abuja. Now, coming to the protesters, well, I wouldn't say they're a new group. Of course, we know that Take It Back is fully involved in this particular protest. one of their coordinators was in the studio with Sheon last night. But of course, one of the prominent people that has to do with this protest, Omo Elisha Ore, was using a particular rhetoric, and that's what you see on this particular document, Days of Rage. If you had followed some of the things that he had said on social media, he particularly used this particular phrase, Days of Rage. So I don't think these are new groups. They are almost... Noticed about this particular protest is that it's been some sort of organic. We find out that, yes, this particular set of... Omo Elisha Ore, of course, Mr.
All right, let's... Okay, I get it.
But you find that there are lots of Nigerians that join the protest at any point in time, because, of course, indeed, there's hunger in the land.
Thank you so much for your reporting. And as soon as there's an update, we can see what's happening behind you. As soon as there's an update, we'll show that you get back to us. Let's get back to Abuja studio. And let's talk to Ms. Kabiru Adamu on this particular. Mr. Adamu, I'm wondering what you'll be telling the protesters who are insisting on not going home, and they're insisting on going ahead for the 10 days. And in fact, they have said that if after 10 days nothing happens, they will stay there and continue. But the rhetoric we are getting from law enforcement, from the IGP to the CDS, there may be a time where, if we're not careful, some level of force may be needed. So I want you to balance all of this so that we don't get a situation on our hands.
All right, thanks, Jeffrey. It's important to note that the protection of Abuja, especially Amak, which is the central part of Abuja, the security architecture includes the Brigade of Guards, which is the military. And so I'm not surprised when I see the military involved in security services within Abuja. Same thing with a place like Borno, where essentially we have a state of emergency in place because of the terrorism that is quite prevalent there. Based on what we've monitored from day one, we've seen military operations during the protest. But I think the Chief of Defense Staff statement that the military is on standby is still in place. He was very clear that it's only when the police is unable to confront or address the current challenge before the military is deployed. And I do hope, for the president's sake, I made that point earlier, that we never see a situation where the military is deployed. It has to be made very clear, and I hope the protesters are listening. The military does not have equipment for managing protest. What they have are equipment for mass casualty. If they are going to be deployed, we're going to have a very gory story. When we sit here, we'll all be in black and we'll be mourning. And no Nigerian wants that. And so I think this should be on both sides. On the side of the government, it would, the memory of what happened at the Lekki toll gate is still with us. And we don't want that to repeat itself. So I do hope that we never reach a stage where the military has to be deployed. Again, I want to emphasize they do not have equipment for managing protest. What they have is equipment for mass casualty. And if they are deployed, that's what they would use. So let the police continue along the line of what it's doing. Mistakes have been made. In today's world, we've studied protests across the world. And I was saying that there is what is called protest 2.0. It's a modern type of protest. It's organic. And you don't manage it with traditional approaches. Sadly, what should have been done before the protest occurred wasn't done. We're in the situation of the protest right now. So the posturing of the police, the posturing of our intelligence departments, the posturing of government officials, their narratives, the languages they use in communicating to the protesters is absolutely important. Strategic communication, and I think one of my co-panelists earlier on spoke about that. And then community engagement, especially at the granular level, where those that are leading the protest are able to be engaged with, and the messaging to them is one of validation, one of understanding, would go a long way towards reducing the current tension that we are at the moment. Unfortunately, I'm not hearing that. So I do hope our government officials are listening. I love what the official from Lagos State government is saying. She's rolling out policies that have been, implemented. But the challenge is this. We need to tell ourselves the truth. If you go to the market right now, you want to buy a tuber of yam, it's still going for about 7,000 to 10,000. And that is what the Nigerian feels. If you want to buy a bag of rice, going for about 80,000. So irrespective of what government officials say, as long as these things remain the way they are, the Nigerian would not. So we need to validate where we are at the moment and then find a way to reduce those components that we've discussed. Unfortunately, anything short of that would continue to inflame the current situation that we're in. And the messaging that I'm hearing from officials from day one up until yesterday does not tell me they understand this.
Let's turn the conversation now to Mr. O'Day. As we move forward in looking at what is possible and what is not within the context of the demands being made by the protesters. Earlier on when we asked the Honorable about what could be done about taxes, he spoke about the legislation he proposed in the 9th Assembly, but could not get through because of the opposition from other lawmakers. If we look at that list, what is achievable as a result of the bipartisan outlook of the National Assembly that we have, and what is not achievable also as a result of that bipartisan outlook of the National Assembly that we have, not just because it's bipartisan, but also the multi-ethnic outlook of that legislature. And we can talk about some of the demands of the protesters, placed lawmakers on minimum wage, scrap the legislature, impose state of emergency on education. So speak to the possibilities based on that list and based on the factors, of the government that we have.
Okay, thank you very much. Quite exciting for me because citizens are speaking out and speaking up, which is the power they have. Their voice is the power they have, and this is the opportunity they have to do this. Whether 10 days is going to go beyond 10 days, I think is the responsibility of the Nigerian police to uphold, to protect them and uphold peace and order in this situation. For me, I think it's very important to mention that every country is dedicated to ensuring their citizens thrive in their society, which means the priority for government is the citizens to ensure lives and property are safe and also to ensure policies are made that make them thrive in the society, to make them grow and every other thing. But with the 10 demands which we have, for me, I think practical situation would be for the cutting of the cost of governance, cutting down of the cost of governance would be number one thing, which I think is very, very feasible. It might not be putting legislators or political officers on minimum wage, but I mean, the transparency of the process also matters. What we have seen that happens, you just stomp on information which is very privy, not out in the public, to know how much appointees even earn. But I mean, if we are able to ensure that salaries of politicians, political office holders, public office holders are there in the public for everybody to even see what we are all earning, it might be something very feasible, which I think the governments can do. Which contributes to the cutting down of the cost of governance. I'm looking at declaring a state of emergency on education, and even the health sector is very, very, I think is very feasible to see that the minimum primary health care centers are what community members have access to. I've had the opportunity to work in the Northeast as well as the South as well. And if you look at this public health care facilities, it's nothing to write home about. I've been in a place in Castina where pregnant women were sitting on the floor and lizard was running all over the place. Not so conducive for a primary care health center, which the community members, this is the common man which we always talk about. But I mean, if we're able to create that level of equality among the political office holder, the public office holders, and as well as the community to ensure that we have equality in public service and everybody has access to the same basic service or basic need, I think it's doable to declare a state of emergency, not just on education, but also on health. On scrapping of the National Assembly, I wouldn't say I agree to that. I don't think that's feasible. But I mean, it's also important to note that the budgeting platform for the National Assembly, they have access to constituency projects. They have access to insert all sorts of things in the budget. They have all access to funds, and not just in the National Assembly, but as well at the state level. You see this when it's time for election, everybody comes to you to say, we want your votes. But the full process of governance doesn't just stop at elections for you to go to them to say, we need your votes. But it moves on to when you are in the public office, how do you respond to these people? So we need them for this kind of engagement. So I wouldn't agree to scrapping off the National or State Assembly, but helping improve the communication level, because it's clear that with what we are having at the moment, there's a clear disconnect within how citizens engage with the government or how government engage with the citizens. The concept of the greed and grievance, which my brother has also talked about, is what is coming into play. The grievances citizens are airing is because they've seen all of these things, like no government official has come out to say we are cutting costs, except for the National Assembly members who have said they are cutting down on their salary. But I mean, if you look at allowances like clothes allowance, newspaper allowance, nobody's saying that we're giving up all of those. That's in the public, you know? So we need that connect to happen to see that people are actually listening to the cries of people and seeing that this works. But for other things, I'm not sure. The 10 demands, again, I was saying a couple of days ago, they need to be specific, measurable, attainable, timely, and realistic. Some of them are quite bogus, which I also don't subscribe to. But two things I clearly subscribe to is seeing how we have the cost of governance being cut down. Secondly, will be around how we ensure that the National Assembly or the State Assembly are also playing at the level playing field where everybody has equality in public service delivery and the access we have in public and how they serve us generally. Thank you.
All right. With Honorable Abejide, let's just quickly ask you this before you go. The Public Complaints Commission is an agency under the supervision of the National Assembly. Is that right? Can you hear me now?
Yes, clear.
Okay, just shed some light on this. Now, the Public Complaints Commission, which is an agency under the supervision of the National Assembly, we understand that, the last time, only recently, 2022, they bought 40 units of SUV. And now, their tenure just ended in July. They're about leaving. I'm getting feedback from here. Now, they're about leaving. So we understand that the leadership of the National Assembly wants them to onboard. They will leave with those vehicles for 5 million naira each. And the implication of that is when that happens, in the next budget cycle, 2025, a new set of 40 vehicles, 40 SUVs will be in the budget. They spend another trillions to buy. Are you aware of all of this?
I'm just hearing that one from you.
Have you been missing sittings?
Public Complaints Commission bought vehicles and their tenure is over. They want to go with the vehicles.
You don't know that their tenure is over in July?
I can't hear you.
Do you know the Public Complaints Commission's, the tenure of their key executive is over in July?
Yes, I'm aware that tenure is over, yes.
But you know they bought vehicles, don't you? National Assembly approved it. You supervise them.
See, if the way I see it, why I'm not too bothered about that is, if they bought vehicles, the bought vehicles is not for personal use, it's for official use. They cannot go with it.
But I just read to you now that key information is that the leadership of the National Assembly is favorably disposed to them onboarding, which means they leave with the vehicles for about 5 million naira. Are you aware of that?
Well, this I cannot say. Since you are talking about the leadership, maybe it's within the leadership better. I will find out. I don't think it is right for them to buy vehicle and go with it because somebody is going to take over from them. It is for personal. It's not for personal use. It's for official use. So let me say this as a takeaway. Savings from subsidy, I believe the way it is going now in the country should be looked into, should be changed. We should have an agency like those days when we have it under Abuja like a PTF, that we channel this money into a particular project. If it is to put all our roads in the country into proper shape, the agency should be in charge of the saving instead of going down to states. Somebody just said it in this program that most of the money going to the states are being taken by the governors, and that is what people are saying. And I believe it is true, because if it is not true, it will trickle down to the local government. Okay, so that is one. And then secondly, the president should immediately bring a bill that will, repeal the existing law that give local government powers to be collecting multiplication of taxes along the roads, especially on food items. And this is what is still happening now as I speak with you. If you want to carry any food item or any item for that matter from Lagos or from Kano to Lagos, you not even know how much you will pay until you get to Lagos or until you get to Kano. And if you said, okay, you have all the stickers, they have tons and tons of loads of stickers, you think you have bought the one for the local government, for 774 local government. When you get to Kaduna, another
all right, I hear you. Let me ask you. I mean, we'll hear your takeaway. But you say you're just hearing that the leadership of the National Assembly is favorably disposed to the key officials of the Public Complaints Commission onboarding the SUVs they bought by 5 billion naira. Assuming that that is the case, would you, as a member, ask the Speaker yourself if that is the case? And then would you then issue a statement so the public can know your stance on this matter?
That will I stand and say something against it?
Will you talk to the Speaker and ask him if this matter is the case? Since you say you don't want them to go with those vehicles.
Yes, I will.
Are you going to issue a statement to that effect, making the public know your stance after you engage the Speaker?
Let me get across to my Speaker first to confirm this. And if that is the truth, I will issue a statement. To me, I believe that vehicle, in this period of time, we don't need that. Whatever vehicle has been bought should be used for that purpose and should be left for those who come in newly to be used. I will issue a statement. Let me get across to my Speaker and get the truth.
And maybe your members should lobby them as well. Let's see, the public would like to know what really happens after you engage. Mr. Gabriel, let me ask you, now that all of this is going back and forth, nobody knows if they'll continue for 10 days or what, how do individuals and corporate bodies just see how they could put themselves, away from harm's way?
Thank you. Yesterday in a radio platform, I was listening to a mother who was crying. She said she asked her son to join her in the protest, and sadly, she buried him.
Whoa.
Sadly. Luckily, there was a policeman there together with her, and he promised they were going to investigate to find out where the bullet came from.
Oh, dear.
So the point I'm trying to make is there is a risk associated with protest. I did say at the beginning that as at yesterday, 21 people have been confirmed dead from different locations. The highest as at yesterday was in Niger State, where at least 6 people died, and followed by Borno State and Kano as well, and places like Kebbi. So there is a risk of fatality. Before you go out, if you are a protester, you need to take note of that risk. Acknowledge the fact that you may not come back. Wow. It's the reality.
Should it be that way, though?
Sadly, it is the reality of protest 2.0, not just in Nigeria, all over the world. And I opened up my remarks by contextualizing our situation in Nigeria. There are more weapons in circulation in the hands of non-state actors than in the hands of state actors. In some of the visuals that you showed, some of the crude weapons I've seen in Kano, I've been in security for more than 27 years. I have never seen them in my life. Those are crude weapons, they are not guns. They are, cudgels that someone can cut off somebody's neck from a distance were showed in that video. So that's the reality of modern day protest. And the circumstances in Nigeria increases the risk. So that's number one. We need everybody who goes out there on the street, including journalists, need to take note of that. Now, what type of training have you received to reduce your exposure to that risk? That's number two. You can get a lot of resources online. If you just Google it on protest, you would see how to reduce yourself. Now, for corporate organizations, and I'm quite delighted with what most have done. They've shut down their operations. But as the days get longer, they can't continue shutting down their operations. They will start taking risk. So supply chain management is absolutely important. In Kano, as an example, we saw how a supply truck was attacked and everything was stolen. In Edo, in other parts of the country, we saw that. So it's very important that most corporate organizations identify your assets and then do a risk rating. If you have warehouses, the risk of those warehouses are extremely high. What kind of protection? The NCC building that was raided in Kano, they knew that it was going to happen. But the challenge is they did not have enough fortification to prevent that from happening. So at this stage, if you're a corporate organization, you need to identify your assets, rank them according to their risk, and then use various methods. If you have enough assets in-house to protect those, you can do it. If not, then some community protection can occur. What do I mean by community protection? Some organizations are geolocated. How do you come together, to reduce vandals, as it were, from coming in, raiding your organization? And then where you can't do that, reach out to the public security department and tell them that, look, this is our situation, we need help. And most times they will. So number one, and I want to emphasize this, is you need to realize the risk. Once you do that, then the second thing is to prepare. How do you mitigate or reduce that risk? And then, of course, the third point is to deploy. And again, this is something I'm calling on individuals, on corporate organizations to realize this. We don't want at the end of this protest to say this number of persons have died or have been injured.
Mm. Well, let me, I'm a little, I don't know whether to still ask Mr. Ode some questions now to take you to Lagos, but let me quickly ask you before we go to Lagos. There are people who have also, because of the risks associated and the fact that so far we haven't really heard, the president was meeting with people before, the August 1 protest, but since August the 1st, we haven't really seen that sort of meeting. In fact, it's been dead silence, it would seem, from the presidency. And for some people, that says a lot. Some people actually do not believe in this form of protest. They don't think we should go out because they don't think it will achieve much. How do you think that the demands of the protesters are streamlined in such a way that, also government officials too can engage, and that there is a continuous engagement process to ensure that these demands as being made by protesters, it doesn't just end after the protest end?
Thanks, Margaret, for that question. I think in recent times, one of the things we've seen with community engagement is mostly town halls are driven from a top-down approach when people have interests from government to say, we want to do ABCD. But I mean, these are times where you need to begin to bring people into the room. And if you look at the situation with the Nigerian trust gap, this is a huge opportunity for the government, a very huge opportunity for the government to bridge that trust gap and make sure people do the right thing. Look at most of the government agencies' handles. Nobody's telling you, for you to go out to protest, you need to stay calm. Everybody's saying violence, violence, violence. But I mean, tell people what the right thing to do when they go out there. So you try to create that room for people to understand that you have their interest at heart. So you go back again to these places of conversations that needs to happen. People are out there in National Stadium. People are out there in Abuja, basically at Eagle Square. Why not have a conversation with them? Begin to bring them into the room. People are saying this is a faceless protest and people who have faces and all of that. But begin to have conversation with people. Create the trust, create the room for that conversation to happen. Get to Eagle Square, tell a couple of people, we want to have a conversation with you. The Nigerian Police, the Secretary General to the Federation, they were having a press conference the other day. And I'm wondering that you don't need all of this. You just need to talk to people. Get them in the room, have the conversation, bridge the trust gap, tell them what you want to do. Tell them what you need to do because they already have all those demands in public. We don't know if it's validated or not, but you already have a sense of understanding of what they want to do. But I mean, just create a room for town hall meetings, not in the sense of politically driven images where people are saying, you gather people from your own political party or people in your best interest. But this is the time to understand that You need to bring all parties into the room. Be it your opposition party, be it people who don't agree with you. This is the time for you to hear from different perspectives and make sure you consider the perceptions of different people to understand the demands they want and how you can approach them. Then you are taking feedback. The president is nowhere to be found, or I've not had any conversation. That speaks volume, because this is the time of people also pushing back to say, this is politically motivated, but this is not the time to play all those political games. This is the time to ensure that you're speaking to people in the words which you demanded to serve them. Colleagues from Lagos were talking about Lagos and how they've driven, how the president was the people's person back in Lagos. We are not seeing any of that happen at this moment, but the people are there in National Stadium, Eagle Square, elsewhere around the country. How are you deploying your forces to say, we hear you and we want to speak with you? This is the room and this is what we want to do. Again, the trust gap will say that if we get into the room, some people are going to be bribed, some people are going to, all of that demand, Well, I mean, create the room to close the trust gap. Create the room with your agencies to have them speak to the people in words they understand, to ensure that you are also pushing zero tolerance for corruption, if I may say that, or improving on the accountability concerns of the people, or just telling them something and keeping the calm. That will help the 10 days which we're seeing to see that people are saying, okay, they're ready to talk to us, let's get into the room and have this conversation happen. Because, I mean, it has to be top-down driven. The people are ready to listen to you.
Well, let me go to Mr. Wahab Shito. And, you have been an EFCC prosecutor before now. I don't know whether you still, the EFCC still retains your services, but we've seen you, a few times prosecute on behalf of the EFCC. And corruption continues to be a major issue for Nigerians. Corruption, some people will say, is even at the heart of perhaps what it is that people are protesting against, because it is corruption in fuel subsidy issues that made government want to scrap it. It's corruption in the forex regime that has made us float it in such a way that, dollar is now out of the reach of ordinary people. Corruption pervades many areas. Would you say that government has shown sufficient zeal in being able to combat this monster called corruption?
Well, just to clarify, I still prosecute for EFCC. But to answer your question directly, corruption still remains a major issue in our collective consciousness. And the effort to combat corruption is an ongoing, is work in progress. I'm aware that this current administration in EFCC, led by Ola Olukoyede, is making strenuous efforts in order to combat this scourge. But we also have to appreciate the fact that the fight against corruption is not something that you can surrender to anti-graft agencies alone. It is a collective responsibility of all Nigerians. And we know that part of the reasons why we are in this position where we are today is because of the elephant in the room, which is corruption. We need to deploy the requisite political will to combat this scourge. When you talk of wastages, in government, when you talk of misappropriation, when you talk of breakdown in some of these systems and structures, you can only trace it to this corruption. Corruption is at the root of all of these problems. So I think as a government, the Tinubu administration must, renew this fight against corruption. If we address the scourge of corruption in public institutions and everywhere, and all of us key into this fight, some of these problems that we see confronting us today as a nation will be reduced to the barest minimum. I agree with you, Mokpe, that corruption is very, very central. Without a deliberate attempt to confront this scourge, it will impede our developmental efforts. So it's work in progress. And I think this government, led by the administration of Ola Olukoyede, is making strenuous efforts. You've seen him roll out a lot of policies to combat this scourge. And I think with the cooperation of everybody, the corruption in our land will be reduced to the bare minimum.
Well, I don't know whether it would be, I wish you could do a poll of Nigerians to see if they share your optimism. But let me quickly come to the SSG beside you, Mrs. Hundeyi, to find out, what it is that the Lagos State, because you've talked about a number of things that the Lagos State government is doing to make life easier for the average Lagosian. However, sometimes access to government facilities is still, or even government, will I say, expenditure, transparency generally has been an issue. I don't know how high a priority, yes, you are a government official, how high a priority would you say this issue of transparency is for the Lagos State government?
Thank you. I'd first of all like to say to you that the administration of Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu is a people-centric government. We are working assiduously to ensure that every Lagosian, irrespective of tribe or ethnicity or religion, enjoys better livability, enjoys a shared objective, our shared objective of the state, prosperity for all and peace. And that is why even in all our policies, we have a monitoring and evaluation department under the SSG's office. Our activities are monitored and they're evaluated to be sure that these policies that have been made actually meet the needs of the people. And that is why we come back to say, okay, if this is not working, can we do it like this? That will take me to the earlier comment of one of the commentators who said that the area boys are collecting these rates and these taxes on behalf of the state government. I can tell you that is not true, because we had a meeting even at the Exco to discuss this, and we're actually holding meetings with the NURTW over this excessive taxation on people on the road. So everything that will make people comfortable, the administration is ready to do. Are you also aware that, apart from the fact that we are the third largest economy in sub-Africa, fifth largest in Africa, recently a British hospitality company had declared that Lagos is the 19th best city to visit and live in the world. We actually beat Dubai and Miami in Africa to eat. These are not easy things to achieve. They're due to the assiduous, hardworking administration, policies that the administration has put in place. I would also let you know that in the area of infrastructure as well, a lot of estates, housing estates are being constructed and built by the government in the so-called, thank you, rural areas like Egon, Inekpe axis and all that. And we also observed that the Japa syndrome really affected our hospitals. Now, let me say this. One speaker earlier said that public facilities, even in Lagos, in Nigeria, are really poorly managed. For Lagos State, it is the other way around. Our public facilities have testimonies of excellence and good facilities. You can visit LASUTH and see. And even now, we are proposing to have a medical university. What is our reason? The Japa syndrome really affected our hospitals. And we now carried out a research that to train a medical student to become a doctor in America costs you $1.4 billion for the 7 years. But with a medical university that will take off this year, we would only pay less than $2 million for that 7 years. This medical university would train 2,000 doctors every year, 3,000 nurses. These are things we had thought of. Their policies that would ameliorate poverty and hardship in the land. Because these doctors, when we train them, we are giving them back to the society. They are going to remain with us and work for the people of the state. Also, you would also know that in Lagos State, we have free medical delivery for pregnant women. You don't pay anything in our hospitals here if you use any of them. I also spoke about the insurance policy we have, medical insurance policy, where the amount is just from 8,000 to 80,000 depending on your family or what you want to do. And you can even pay that weekly. It's not even, you are not even going to pay it in bulk. We pay it weekly. That is that. I also would like you to know that we have also increased our bursary and scholarship awards to our students in the state just to ease the burden on the parents. In Lagos State, we also realize that water is a big problem. Like Mr. Governor did say during the International Water Summit, he said, how can we be surrounded with water and not be able to drink out of it? And so he has given marching orders that we must have drinkable, potable water in Lagos. The Adio Water Works is being worked upon. We are doing all these things. Everything in Lagos State is about the people. That is why the plus in our Things Plus agenda, which is the 7th pillar now, is on inclusivity, gender equality, and the youth. For the youth, we have a lot of skills acquisition programs. Just a few days ago, 2,000 people who had succeeded, who graduated from their skill acquisition, were empowered with various machineries to start their work, equipment, barbers, caterers, and all that. And I also told you about our ferries that were launched, 15 of them. Are you also aware that these were built locally here in the state by our own people just to create job opportunities? I said the rice mill will engage about 250,000 youths in the mill when it is finally completed. And we'll be producing enough rice to feed Nigeria, not just Lagos State and some parts of Africa. Lagos, to us, is everything. And that is why we work round the clock to ensure that people in Lagos State have the best. I agree with your colleagues here that we are not saying much. Our communication is not getting down to the grassroots. Some people don't even know some of these things we're doing. And we're already looking into that so that people can take advantage of what we're doing. You know, we're also going to have our own airport in the Ekpe area. Work will soon start there. And the 4th mainland bridge is a legacy that Mr. Governor says is part of his own legacies that he wants to leave. The 4th mainland bridge is going to come from not where this is, the Ekpe side, and link other areas, just to ease transportation, create an enabling environment for our investors, especially foreign investors.
Can I ask you quickly, ma'am, because I have let you, go on. I'm glad that there are Lagosians there, right there in the studio with you, and maybe they can confirm or unconfirm some of the things that you've said. Yeah. But let me quickly ask you, because part of this protest is about food. You mentioned that you visited, is it a place in Badagry where you saw that they were growing tomatoes or so? I'm not sure if I heard you right there. But I wanted to ask, for those who intend to go into farming and on whatever little land is left in Lagos, what are the plans? What is the administration doing to encourage them?
The administration is doing so much to encourage people who want to go into farming. We give the land that you need for the farming. The government also supports you with the equipment. But they even train you. There are training schools now organized by the government to train you in that particular area, because we believe that, Lagos is a Yoruba state. And I'll speak Yoruba now. We say, si ebiba ti kuro nishe, ishe ti bushe. If people are not hungry, they can take up a lot of other things. That is what it literally means. And then frustration will be out of the way. Once people can eat, frustration is 50% reduced. And that's what we're doing. We're also training people in agriculture. We believe in the ecosystem. You would recollect that last week or so, Lagos topped the list on climate change compliance. We're doing a lot. Even though we are the smallest in terms of land space, but we know we are the biggest in terms of population. And we know that we have all kinds of people here, so we must endeavor to please everybody. And the governor says to us all the time, these policies are for the people. It is about the people. No one must be left out. That is why the plus in our agenda talks about inclusiveness. Are you also aware that out of over 300 cities that Jimmy Carter Foundation would seek, and the wood that we competed, Lagos was one of the 12 that got the award from the Jimmy Carter Foundation on women, because also gender equality is also important to us.
Do you see a situation, ma'am, Do you see a situation whereby an official, say from the Lagos State government, when I mean an official, I mean an elected official from the Lagos State government decides to address protesters frontally where they're gathered in Ojota?
I was watching, was it channels yesterday? I think it was your TV station, where one of the legislators in Lagos State was addressing people in the markets. Yes, they've been doing that. He was at the market and he said there's no problem here, that he's a legislator and he's telling them people are buying and selling here and he's happy. Yes, yes. Do you know Lagos, whether it is legislature or executive or judiciary, everybody believes in the dream of Lagos State, the dream of a greater Lagos rising. That's what we believe in. And so every one of us is working towards achieving that dream, because we know that once Lagos succeeds, Nigeria will succeed. Once Nigeria succeeds, Africa will succeed. And the world will begin to look at us with much more respect. We know this burden is on Lagos State as the #1 state in Nigeria. It is the economic hub of Nigeria. It is a commercial hub. It is now even the political hub. It is a social hub because all the Nollywood actors and actresses are all here. So we do know that we have that responsibility to keep being excellent in all we do. It's not just by words of mouth. There are concerted, intentional steps taken by the administration.
I'm afraid that we have to go now. So let me quickly get the closing thoughts of Mr. Wahab Shitu. If you can hear me, so sorry to interrupt you, ma'am, but let me quickly get the closing thoughts of Mr. Wahab Shitu. What do you think that governments can do to show that they have heard and they indeed intend to improve on governance in the country?
Well, I think my closing thoughts would be to appeal to the protesters to call off the protest in the interest of the majority of Nigerians who are suffering. I will also urge government to constructively engage the grievances of the protesters. They have spoken loud and clear. I think government has taken note, and I think government should address their grievances. To the security agencies, I want to commend them for the way and manner they have handled the protests so far. I don't think they should allow it to degenerate to a situation where they will deploy arms on innocent Nigerians. Our lives is very precious to us, to Nigeria, to us as a people. So the protesters must be conscious of the safety of their lives. They must not endanger their lives in the course of this protest. And our law enforcement agents must realize that their primary duty is to secure the welfare of the people and ensure that they remain safe. Nigeria can only progress in an atmosphere of security.
Let me bring in Honorable Abejide. I mean, don't forget your promise to Nigerians that you're going to engage the Speaker to find out those commissioners that were appointed in 2021 and then the vehicles, 40 units of SUV that was bought for them in 2022. And now they want to onboard, meaning that they will allow them to go with it for 5 million naira. And then in 2025, a new set of 40 commissioners get 40 SUVs. You say you don't like that. So they want you to let them know when you call the Speaker and then let Nigerians also know. And besides, why they don't use made in Nigeria, assembled in Nigeria vehicles anyway. But give us your quick closing thoughts, quick, less than 30 seconds, if you will, before we go.
Yeah, thank you. On this issue of Public Complaint Commission, I just got across to the Speaker while this program is on. I was told they don't report to the Speaker. It's an independent body on their own.
No, so the National, I didn't say report to Speaker. The National Assembly supervises them. When they protested the last time, they said National Assembly oversees them.
Well, this message is coming from the Speaker. They are independent body. By the time the new chairman comes...
I understand we need to go, but we'll still get on the same matter and still get more on that. It's not going to just go like that. We do thank you for talking to us this morning. We also have to thank you, Kabiru Adamu, MD, Beacon Security, Ode Friday, Country Director, Accountability Lab, Nigeria, and of course, Honorable Abejide himself, who also just spoke to a moment ago. Guys,
Maybe I haven't taken your own closing thoughts as well.
My closing thoughts are that I want us to remember that globally, Lagos has been adjudged to be the safest city in Nigeria. And I'm pleading with our protesters. They are noble people, they are very intelligent people, and they want the best for the country, to ensure that this does not lead into what happened during the NSAS period. We are yet to be healed from the pains. The High Court in Lagos that was burnt down during the NSAS is the first High Court in Nigeria and in West Africa. That's something that shouldn't have gone down.
Just to add to that, maybe you convey to Mr. Governor as well that the issue of tribalism is springing up again. So it has to be addressed. But we're totally out of time, madam.
Okay.
We have to thank you so much,
Thank you.
Salu Ondane,
Thank
Secretary
you.
of Lagos State Government, as well as
Thank you.
Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Wahabchichu. Thank you so much for your
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, we'll take a moment now, and when we return, we have more updates for you from across the country. Stay with us.
How do you make a complete meal in minutes?
Try me. Done.
How do you make a tasty meal tastier?
Try me.
Done. Add Me, with its nutritional blend of vegetables, protein, and seasoning, gives your meal that final touch.
Done!
Be a part of the Swiss Trade 28th Anniversary Sales promo. Shop exquisite Swiss Trade doors of all types and sizes, onyx stones and home interior furniture at the lowest prices ever. Don't miss out on top quality products at prices you only have to see to believe. Come, see what's available and make huge savings in the Swiss Trade 28th Anniversary Sales promo. Limited time offer only. Swiss Trade, a blend of beauty and security.
On a regular day, we will be competing for space with human and vehicular traffic around this axis, the Lagos Island.
When this DNA Center and Forensic Lab was built by the previous administration and commissioned barely 6 months or thereabout after its commissioning, coming under the heavy stamping of protesters that became rioters, this center was set ablaze and brought to its knees as it's standing. 4 years or nearly so, we visited here to know if protesters may gather around here, and surprisingly also found that one of the ruins are still lying bare bones and prostrate.
Actually, I have much to say than to beg the government just to find something to do about, because if anything happens in this Lagos time, because I believe most, let me say all the current states, they're expecting this Lagos Island to bring to start the point. Once they start in this Lagos Island, sorry to say, sir, everything will spoil, something will destroy.
It is business unusual, essentially derived from activities of protesters who have called for a convocation, an action that have impacted Lagos in no little measure commercially. Locked gates, barred entrances, all indicate the impact of the demonstrations holding at venues beyond here.
Government should please, as you are coming down, it's not as if we are fools as you are coming down. They should please cease to sins. They should just please hearken to people's well, because a lot of people are dying inside. A lot of family cannot eat 3 square meals, even 2 square meals, even to talk of a day meal. They cannot afford it. There is no price control, no more price on control. Everybody wants money, everybody wants to blow. So that's one also added to it.
Following the red alert issued by the Inspector General of Police after wanton destruction of properties witnessed in some parts of the country, security operatives are moved into positions strategic enough to provide both cover and push back any uproar. Awolowo Road in Ikoyi, Paloma Roundabout, through the Ikoyi Link Bridge and towards the Lekki Toll Plaza The area is calm and quiet. Protesters don't seem to have this place in focus or may have simply complied to the restriction order of where to converge.
I think the government needs to do more, in all reality. I think the president needs to come out to address the people, to tell us the plans. You know, people are definitely aggrieved. Things are not going right. Food is too expensive. The power is too high. Well, everything is like there's no light at the end of the tunnel. So I believe he needs to come out to tell us, okay, this is the situation. Give us this time so that we can work things out or reverse some policies.
How many passengers don't enter this Aja motor?
My brother, this morning, no passenger. Everywhere is dry. Sick, as you can see, the whole bus here, no one is loading. There is no passenger. There is no passenger.
Every day is a new day and adds to the number of days staged by the protesters. Will they wane or will they present a stronger formation in pursuing their agenda? The devil is in the details. Olu Phillips, Channels Television News.
The Endbadgovernance protest in Kano has left behind scenes of looted and burnt properties. This is the Kano printing press established during the colonial era. Machines worth billions were burnt and many items stolen.
Yesterday morning, we invited civil defense, which came to give us cover. I think about 20 of them. But when the attacks come in thousands, they overpower the civil defense securities personnel. Okay.
However, the police succeeded in arresting 326 suspects and recovered many stolen items.
A total of 326 suspects were arrested with large quantity of exhibits recovered from them, which you will all see them. This exhibit also includes what you are seeing here today, 2 AK-47 rifles that were looted from the Abuja Secretariat High Court complex.
Meanwhile, the 15th and 16th emirs of Kano joined the calls for calm.
The property that was burnt or stolen belongs to the people of Kano. We have set ourselves back. The printing press that was burnt would have to be rebuilt. The machines would have to be bought. And these are funds that could have gone into youth empowerment, into poverty alleviation, into education, healthcare, and nutrition, and addressing the very problems that we are protesting against.
We are urging you to remain calm. All your complaints have been heard and will be transmitted to the President by the grace of God.
Though the situation remains tense, authorities are working to restore order in the ancient city. Sadiq Ilyasu, Channels Television News.
it's day 2 of the Endbadgovernance protest. And following the fracas that trailed the first day of the protest, security is beefed up across the states in the north to forestall another breakdown of law and order. Some state governors also addressed protesters in the states in a bid to reduce the tension.
This is not an NLC demand for increment of salary. They are protesting for hunger. They are protesting against poverty, which is as a result of the bad policy by this administration.
There is problem, there is hunger.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. That's the fact. That's the fact we are here.
It is my responsibility.
Yes, sir.
As your brother.
Yes, sir.
As your governor.
Yes, sir.
To make sure that the best come back to you.
Thank you, sir.
However, in Plateau State, a former Minister of Sports, Solomon Dalong, urged President Bola Tinubu to consider the demands put forward by the protesters.
The main purpose of this protest is to praise the president to reverse some of his economic policies that has brought so much intolerance to the people. And I appeal to the people of Plateau to conduct themselves peacefully, because our own challenges are so peculiar. And I thank them for demonstrating love, because yesterday, when it was time to pray, the Muslims were given water here, they perform ablution, and they say their prayers to God while we give them protection.
Meanwhile, the chairman of Kefi local government area of Nasarawa State has imposed a curfew in the community, citing security concerns arising from the hijack of the protest by miscreants on day 1. Calm returns to Gombe as the governor goes round town to inspect the situation.
Yes, there is a setback because for 2 days people have not gone to business. But for sure, Gombe is always ready to cooperate with us as a government and will pursue and support whatever in order to see that these people go back to their businesses and nobody comes and cause any mayhem to them. There is going to be peace, a continuous peace for them to pursue their businesses. There is going to be peace for government to run its business, and people will move forward the way we used to do, inshallah.
His Kwara State counterpart appreciates the people for heeding the call not to protest.
We engage properly all the stakeholders, religious bodies, and they understood and they're patient. But I can assure them that the president is working, and very soon you start seeing changes. There are things like the students' loans, all sorts of various interventions are going on to deepen the relief. So I just urge patience, and this will be done. Those that are angry, yes, we feel your anger, but the most important thing is to say, this is a listening government. We've heard, and the right things will be done.
In the meantime, the police in Sokoto State says 81 suspected hoodlums have been arrested in connection with the violence and vandalism that followed the nationwide protest against hunger in the state.
Cube is available in beef, chicken, jollof, and shrimp flavors at attractive prices of 100, 200, 500 naira, along with saver and super saver packs.
Terra Cube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. One cube, endless possibilities.
Welcome back. Our continuous coverage of the Endbadgovernance protest. We target the August protest right here on Channels Television as we touch base with every part of the country and also get opinion and views of both experts and policymakers as far as this protest is concerned. But just before we introduce our next set of guests, let's bring you up to speed with what's going on across the country. And our first port of call is Delta State, where our correspondent Vivian is bringing us up to speed.
Day 3 of the hashtag Endbadgovernance protest. I am standing right here at the Interbal Garden, the rally point for protesters in the state capital. From what I can see here, there is heavy security presence just to forestall the breakdown of law and order in case the protesters decide to come out to carry out their demonstration. This demonstration has been met with mixed reactions, with some groups insisting they must come out to protest, while others, oppose this stand. The first day of the protest saw protesters gather at the Interbal roundabout in the state capital to begin their demonstration. They marched towards the Federal Medical Center on Nnebisi Road, but were stopped by the police when they tried to reach the Summit Road. The police dispersed the group to prevent them from moving beyond the designated protest area. State Commissioner of Police Olufemi Abaniwanda stated that security forces intervened to ensure that the protesters remained within the specified location.
What is worrying for us is the uncoordinated nature and the refusal of the organizers of this protest to abide by certain rules and the laws of the land. The law says that they should converge at a point. What we have seen are different groups. At the last count, 5 different uncoordinated groups. And this might lead to a breakdown of law and order. So our appeal is simply to the organizers and to the protesters: abide by the rules, play by the laws of the land, and converge in a place and ensure that your protest, which is constitutionally guaranteed, remains peaceful.
While this was happening in the state capital, other parts of the state saw different reactions. In Isoko community, leaders held a town hall meeting where they distanced themselves from the protest, urging residents not to participate. They believe that protesting may not solve the issues facing Nigeria.
We urge our children to avoid participating in the protest, which we fear will be hijacked by hoodlums from nearby states and those exported into our state, hiding in the bushes of our communities to cause mayhem and looting of shops belonging to maybe your father, your mother, other relatives, and even your friends who have shops, who are selling things in the community, in your kingdoms.
Additionally, some former Niger Delta militants who have previously led similar protests are advising youths in the region to avoid participating, citing negative impacts of the NSAS protest as a cautionary example.
We are backing out for this bad government. We protest. We, the ex-militants from the Niger Delta states, will not go precisely. We are backing out. We are not in support of this bad government protest.
As it is now, the state is calm, with economic activity picking up gradually. We are hopeful that things remain this way, and we are also here to keep watch and to monitor things as they unfold. from Asaba, Vivian Oramadike.
Now to move up north of the country for more updates, this time in Katsina to be precise, where we can report that calm has returned on day 3 of the protest. Katsina was one of the states where the protest turned violent on the first day of the exercise. Our correspondent went around town, however, today and observed the massive deployment of security personnel on patrol. The government reserved area, that's the GRA roundabout, and the Kofa Sauri T junction, where the meeting point of the protesters on the first day. It is now witnessing some calm as pedestrians and motorists are sighted going about their activities. And you recall days before now, that's on day 1 of the protest, angry protesters in Daura, a staged protest besieging the residence of former President Muhammadu Buhari, urging him to speak on the lingering economic hardship being experienced in the country. Our correspondent gathered that they had barricaded the major road leading to May Adua, Kwangwalam and Daura, as well as the T-junction leading to the house of the former president. They were heard chanting Bamayi, meaning we're not in support, and Adalchi Mukeso, meaning we need justice. And they burned tires as well as demonstrated their anger. And that may not be unconnected with the curfew imposed on Dusingma local government area, 24 hours that is, and 12-hour curfew in the other remaining 33 local government areas of the state. And that's the update from Katsina.
Yeah, indeed. You're seeing images from Katsina State. If you had seen videos before, you see young people actually pulling the covers, the concrete covers of those drainage, and then smashing them on the floor. Young boys doing that, and that's just a pointer to the challenges, out of school children, some of them without guardians and the rest. So this protest yet again is a pointer to these challenges that need to be resolved. From Katsina, let's come to Lagos here in southwest Nigeria. Well, the Ojota area of Lagos has seen gatherings from time to time. So they see an aerial view. What a day it has been in Ojota, with some of the people gathering. At some point, they wanted to move towards Maryland, but, security operatives, pushed back and said, well, you have to stay just close to the Ganifayo Park. So you see the protesters, the procession with the placard, and then it's been a lot of back and forth, but you see that there's been a lot of security presence there today, and we understand that there's vehicular movement now, such that the vehicles that want to use the corridor road can go through. There you see the aerial view of the Ojota area where the protest is being staged close to the Gani Fawemi Park. So there is the update from Lagos. Let's take some sound bites from there.
Lagos, that's from Ojota. We head to the northeastern states of Borno. Right there on your screen, the situation of things in Maiduguri, the state capital, where normalcy has since returned. The residents are seen going about their businesses on the street that is quite busy. Remember, an incident occurred that people died apparently hours after the state government lifted curfew that was imposed on the state in the aftermath of that violence that greeted the protest in Maiduguri and other parts of the state. So that's the situation of things in Borno State as we speak. So we'll bring you updates and
Lagos, we head to the north now, the federal capital to be precise, where we gathered that protesters have been dispersed by security operatives from their meeting point that would be the Moshood Abiola Stadium in Abuja.
I come back to school. Yeah. We will ensure that 0.5 million out of school children are returned back to school. Returned back to school. Now. Yeah.
All right, so that's just a snapshot of what is playing out across the country. But let's push the conversation further and let's get some more insight from a new panel joining us now. But let's start with our guest right here in our Lagos studio. Is the Senate President, National Association of Nigerian Students, Akintaye Babatunde. You're welcome to our coverage of the Endbadgovernance protests.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Well, I had to properly contextualize your Senate President because there's been a list of people that, you know, a lot of Nigerians want to hear from, and the Senate President is one of them. But you are the Senate President of the Students Association. First, I know that NANS had said we're not a part of this, on the one hand, but that's not to say that NANS does not, the word is not commiserate, does not identify with the struggle. So it's important to contextualize it. NANS identifies with the struggle against, you know, the economic situation. Just to confirm, is that correct?
Yes.
So you understand and you identify with the fact that the economic situation is terrible and something needs to be done?
Yes, definitely.
So speak to us. What is now NANS' approach? If you're not joining the End Bad Governance protest, how do you plan or how do you hope to end bad governance?
Thank you very much. As you have said, we are not part of the struggle, not because we did not realize that, yes, there is hardship on in the country, but we believe every organization has their peculiarities and their modus operandi. And to us, we consult, we consolidate, and before any confrontation. So when people are coming out to say, let us struggle, let us protest, this is an organization that have about 40.1 members of students. 40? So over 40.1 million students in us. So if you are saying we want to come out to protest, many things have to check. With protest we are joining, who are the leaders? The protest we are joining, how is it going to be fine-tuned?
Sorry, is this 40 million verified, or is you just thought, okay, we have a percentage of young people, so naturally they're part of us?
Yes,
do you have a register that is up to 40 million?
With our, we checked the 2 schools we have in the country. When you calculate them, the amount of students, when you bring them together, it's always 40 plus, or by not 40 plus. So we have 40.1 Nigerian
You just
students.
did the math. Okay,
yes, thank you very much.
That's so, verified.
In a struggle like this, even if we understand the peculiarities, we as NAS, we believe one thing, that dialogue first. Because even the biggest war, if you should go to war now, you will still come back to the round table to resolve the issues of every issues that led to the war. So if there are venues to dialogue, if the government are not saying, okay, no, who are you, get away, we don't want to discuss, we don't want to talk, we don't believe that going to the protest straight, because there are many things that involve in protest, especially when it involves students, which we need to be careful. And we now as students, one of our responsibilities as student leader is the protection and the safety of our students.
But there are students protesting on this.
No, it doesn't. That is where I'm coming to. So that we said, okay, NAS, as a body, are not going to come out with the name of the organization. I don't think it was only NAS that has even said they are not coming. That doesn't mean some of our members we are not joining or they are not protesting. But when we say NAS are joining, you will see our structure, both from the zonal, the national, the state JCC, SUG president. You will see many schools that students will troop out to block their gates. So to involve our students in a protest like that involves a lot of plannings.
All right. Pardon me, let me just interrupt your thoughts there. We'll continue with this conversation, but we must announce that we're interrupting this programming to go live for a program tagged No to Hunger, Farm to Feed campaign, brought to you by the administration of Professor Chukwuma Soludo. It's taking place at the Amansi Ndikwanu Road, 10 a.m. and it's going to be broadcast on our DSTV platforms. But this particular August protest broadcast will continue on other platforms. So you can continue with your thoughts.
Just land on your thoughts.
This is a live Channels television event.
Just across Amansi Bridge. But as commissioner, I lived in commissioner quarters, and at some point, every food I ate in that house was actually produced within that place. I had fish ponds, I had poultry, I had cassava, I had okra, I had inine, I had mbolodi, I had nshonwu, I had all of these things. And I think in the past, the house been the district and they have eaten quite a lot of my products as well. So Dalono, if I know people are going up on a banyanubo, that it helps. Dalono, thank you. Dalono.
Mr. Governor, sir, Mr. Deputy Governor, the First Lady might stand on the existing protocols. I am Lady Theodora Ofi Iwebe MNI. I'm the head of service, Anambra State. Mine is that I started with subsistence farming. I farmed last year, even though the land wasn't so big, but I harvested my cassava this year. And right now, I am feeding 10 families out of my harvest with Gary. 10 families are feeding from the Gary that I made from my farm. In January this year, I decided to try breeding chickens. I started with 20. That first attempt, I lost about 7. I had 13, and I was able to also share to families. Right now, I bred 50, and out of the 50, I lost only 3. I was left with 47. I kept 10